rescue Amanda Stoker from the principal's office, but unsuccessfully.
That's all right. She'll be on after morning tea, so she's got a little bit of time. But yeah, that's free. Yeah.
Is this free?
Yes. All right. Good morning, everyone. Can I please invite you just to take your seats? Thank you. Well, welcome to our ACS Women's Symposium. It's so lovely to see so many friendly and familiar faces. It's going to be a wonderful day together. Not only hearing from our great speakers, but also just being able to chat with one another, to catch up, to meet new people, to network. So I really encourage you just to do that today. I'll start with just a little bit of housekeeping. First of all, I'm Jenny Huntington. I am head of middle school at Brisbane Christian College, and I will be emceeing throughout the day. Really, let's start with the most important things, the toilets. So the toilets, you would have seen, are just behind you. And then we've also got some tea and coffee. Feel free at any point in time just to make yourself a drink. We've also got more water over on the bench at the side as well. We'll have morning tea at 10 o'clock, and that's all fully catered, and lunch will be catered as well today. And we'd love to invite you. You can use the couches here, but we've also got some seating outside as well. It's really pleasant out there. And we'd love to invite you just to chat with people out there and enjoy your food. So I think that's actually most of the announcements. Father, I just pray that you would be here in the midst of us, Lord, that you would just speak to each one of us today, Lord, that you would just open our hearts and minds to hear what you have to say. And Father God, I pray for new friendships and fellowship and connection throughout this day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, one more thing, Wi-Fi. If you do want to connect to the Wi-Fi, the network is called College Wi-Fi. And the password is ACS-guest with a capital G 24. I'll say that again. ACS-guest with a capital G and then the number 24. All right. Okay. I would love to share with you just something that God's been speaking to me about over this year. Often I'll pray and ask God for a word for the year. And so as I was praying and asking God, what's your word for me this year? I really felt like it was the word courage. And I feel like that ties into our ACS theme, which is all about mission and momentum. So I'd like to start by just sharing a little story with you. So over the Christmas holidays, my family and I went to Canada, and we had the opportunity to go skiing. Now, I have skied before, and I apologize to some of my Brisbane Christian College colleagues who've heard part of this story, but I thought, it's been a long time since I've skied, so I'm going to do the right thing, and I'm going to just start on the bottom part of the slope and just do a little bit of practice, and I would, do what they call the carpet. So the carpet is basically just a really small hill. It's quite wide and very safe. Anyhow, I did that a number of times. I was feeling quite confident and thought, you know what? I'm ready for the next thing. I'm ready for the next challenge. And so I went up to one of the instructors and I said, hey, I'm pretty new to this, but I'd like to try, maybe a green run. So they're all different colors. Green is the easiest. I said, what would you recommend? He told me the name of the run. And I thought, yeah, okay, I can do that. I probably should have started to get worried when I hopped into the ski lift and it went to the very top of the mountain. And in my head I'm thinking, it's a green run, but I'm going to the top of the mountain. This doesn't feel right. Anyhow, there was no getting out, so I had to go to the top of the mountain. I finally found the green run, and I started to make my way down. Now, when you are learning to ski, you don't have a lot of control. And you need a fairly wide hill because I basically was snow plowing where these skis are together like this, down this hill, going from side to side. That's what I was doing on the carpet, and I felt quite confident with that. However, this ski run did not allow me to do that because it was very narrow and there were a lot of tight corners. And when I looked over at the side of those corners, there was actually literally a cliff. And I'm scared of heights. So I'm like, oh my goodness, how am I going to get down? So I was literally just gripped by fear. And I remember just moving over to the side and thinking, Lord, I don't know how I'm going to get down this hill. There was no way out. I had to keep going. I couldn't get picked up. I was thinking of all sorts of things. Maybe someone could rescue me, call, well, it wasn't 000, but, what can I do? But there was no way out of it. I had to go. And in that moment, I felt like God just gave me Joshua 1:9. And it says, have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Wherever you go. And I went, okay, Lord, courage, you're with me wherever I go. So people must have thought I was a bit crazy because I was just literally saying this over and over the whole way down the mountain. But as I continued on, as I persevered, I just felt the fear begin to dissipate, and I just felt the presence of God with me down that ski slope. And so I just felt in that moment, my word for this year was courage. Now I will just say one quick thing about that slope. I did get online and I read the reviews, and it is not a green run. So anyway, I wanted to go and find that instructor and tell her, but I couldn't. So anyway. I think about the story of David and Goliath in the Bible. David, against all odds, he stood before Goliath, and every ounce of logic completely screamed against the match. But you know what? In that moment, courage was born. When David faced Goliath, he didn't take the easy route. It was basically a black double diamond run for him, but he took the route that was in front of him. And he faced that giant. And I think sometimes we have to actually embrace risk to follow our mission. And in that moment that I was on the slope, and in the moment that David faced Goliath, I'm reminded of that value of embracing risk and of allowing the unfolding of battles that shape warriors, of following the purpose and mission that God has placed before us, knowing that we are not alone because He is with us wherever we go. And because of that, we can be courageous. So I just began to spend some time in the Word and just praying and asking God just to show me, what are the reflections, what are some practical things that I can put into action to really outwork this concept of courage in my everyday life. So I'd love to share those 6 things with you right now. So my reflections on courage. Number 1, I believe that courage is for us. It's for you, it's for me. It's not just for the mighty warriors. It's for all of us, for our dreams, for our calling, for our mission, for our work, for our relationships. It's for all of us. Number 2, don't believe the lies. Don't believe the lies that say that you aren't enough or that you can't do it, because they are lies of the enemy. Number 3, don't let fear win. Don't let fear win. And I wonder what is the big question that's lingering in your heart that you don't know how to answer right now. Maybe it's a location change or a job change, friendship change, whatever it is. But if the reason that we don't say yes to those questions is that we're afraid, then we need to seek God and really just ask Him to help us to be courageous, and then answer those questions based on what He is leading us to do. We can't see the future, So when we take steps forward, we've got to say no to fear. Number 4, courage builds when you persevere. It builds when you persevere. You know, it's easy to walk away from something that's hard, whether that's a new job or a relationship or perhaps even a new exercise regime. But sometimes we need to hold on and not give up hope and just persevere. I know I had to persevere down that mountain, but I did feel the courage building as I continued on. And by the way, I did go on to ski the next day as well, just saying. Number 5, your courage and brave choices have ripple effects. You know, I think brave people inspire others to be brave and courageous. When you see someone being brave, then often you think, you know, if they can do it, surely I can do it too. And the final one, okay, this is a little bit nerdy. It's probably my governance mindset coming out here, but I said number 6, consider developing a risk statement. A risk statement. Every choice has inherent risks, and replacing one potential action with another also means replacing certain risks with other risks. Thus, risk analysis in practice involves recognizing the small risks that are sometimes not measurable and keeping an eye on the bigger risks that can be assessed and prayerfully considering the trade-offs. So basically what I'm saying here is that most choice involves some sort of risk. So take courage, measure the risk, but don't be afraid of it. And in summary, I just had a really strong sense to ask you a question, and maybe this is something you can go away and really pray about. What is God calling you to be courageous in? What's He calling you to be courageous in? What do you need to say yes to? What do you need to say no to? Because you know what? Sometimes a lot of courageous no's make way for some beautifully brave yeses. Is it dreams from the past? Is it a new opportunity? Maybe a ministry area? Perhaps it's a personal goal. And that personal goal, sometimes it's not about changing the world, but sometimes it's about changing your world. So I'd just love to leave you with that thought, and know that I will be praying that God just would continue to stir in you today. You know, what is He calling you to be courageous in? Heavenly Father, we thank you for your word today. And Lord, I just pray for everyone sitting here now, Lord, just as you're speaking to them, that you would just help them to know what you are calling them to be courageous in this year, Father God. Thank you that we're not alone, that you go before us, beside us, and behind us, that you are always with us wherever we may go. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you today Wendy Francis. So can we give her a warm welcome? Wendy is the National Director of Politics Australian Christian Lobby. She's a recognised spokesperson for women and children and a strong campaigner against sexual exploitation in all its forms. Now, Wendy has also travelled across countries as she's overseen projects that seek to rescue women and children from sex slavery. She has a vast array of experience from leadership and management positions at Griffith University and Queensland Baptist, as well as her experience as director and board member of Samaritan's Purse Australia, Queensland Family Council, and the Queensland Alliance for Kids. She is married to her husband Peter and has been for, is it 39 years now?
It's just about 45.
Oh, okay, this is outdated. 45 years.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Fantastic. 3 children. Any more than 10 grandchildren now?
11.
Oh, there we go. 11 grandchildren now. Now today we have Wendy sharing with us as you can see, the rising tension between woke and feminist ideals. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Thanks, Jenny. 45 years in May it'll be, and I've already told Peter it is sapphire. I've made sure that he knows that. So thank you so much for having me back, Lynn, particularly. I'm so grateful for our friendship over many years. Sonia Davies is here. I've known her since she was a teenager, I think. And Amanda Stoker is here. I want to recognise Amanda as well. Thank you so much, Amanda, for giving us your time in such a busy time that you have. My really, really terrifying thing that I did over the holidays was climb the Story Bridge. And I hated every second of it. I had actually climbed the Sydney Harbour Bridge about 20 years ago when I was working at Griffith. Actually, I had to take a delegation of Chinese people who had come to Griffith, and because I was managing a particular centre and they'd come to that centre, I had to take them around Australia and show them a few sites. I thought that I was just going to put them on the Sydney Harbour Bridge and meet them at the other end, but apparently it was really not very kosher for me to do that. I needed to go with them. And so at the last minute I was actually climbing the Sydney Harbour Bridge, and I actually did okay. I think probably because I was responsible for a group of people. So I thought it'd be all right doing the Story Bridge, and I absolutely hated every second of it, and I had to, like you, but you got better as you went down. I didn't. I just kept on. It was bad. Yeah. Sonia works at the Trinity Education Southside, and it's a tough place to work, and I know her principal is here as well, and I honour you both because it's not an easy place to work. And I know that because my daughter did her first prac there. She's a teacher at Redlands College. And so I would like to get back to some stories about that sort of thing if we have time, but I also would like to have some question time at the end. So I'm going to work through my notes, obviously, but even while I'm speaking, if there's something that you feel like you want to ask me right then and there, please just feel free to do that, because we're really amongst friends today. So I want this to be something that we all are involved in. There is a rising tension between woke and feminist ideals, and our girls are actually caught in the middle of this argument, whether we know it or not. It can often be a very ugly exchange online. It even gets ugly on the streets if you're in any of the protests for or against different things. It can get very ugly between what I would call a modern sort of feminist person and more of a radical, traditional sort of feminist person. And for our girls, it's often the loudest voice that affects them the most. And so for me, being here today, I'm like amongst heroes, because I know firsthand from Heidi, but also my husband was a teacher before he became a pastor, you are not only caring about your kids that you are in care of, you're not only caring about their academic prowess, but you're actually caring about their well-being. And they need it today, perhaps more than ever in Australia. I think in Australia we have been particularly blessed. So it would be too great a thing to say, in any time in history, because there's been some really dark times in history, and we're not in those times. But in Australia, I think we are facing some pretty hard times. Now, I have very good friends. In the work that I do, I have very good friends who identify as radical feminists. And from time to time, I've overheard other people describing those people or saying things about those people, and they would say things like, she's a feminist, she's a man-hater. So those two things go together. And I totally understand why people would have that perspective, would have formed that perspective. And to be honest, many feminists do have a very poor opinion of men, and some for very good reason, I might add. I'm blessed in my life to have known very, very good men. My father, my husband, my sons-in-law, my friends. I understand what it is to meet a bad man and a bad woman, but I have been blessed. And so I hope that's your experience too. For some of you in the room, it probably isn't, but I hope that that's your experience. So I'm not a man-hater, and I'm not going to try and define feminism today, but suffice to say that I don't personally identify as a feminist. But there are times when I look back to some of the significant fights that have been happening in history, and I wonder what I would have done. People say to me sometimes today, wow, you're really brave, you do this, you do that. Okay, so I there's a courage. I go out and I do protest and I do things, but I live in Australia. I'm not going to get arrested. I'm not going to get I have actually been spat on. I was going to say that. But, I'm not in danger in Australia. And I look back to some of the justice fights in history and I think, I wonder what I would have done. I hope I would have been brave. If I'd been in the Martin Luther King era, would I have marched with him from Selma? I hope I would have. The White Rose organisation against the Nazis in Germany, if you don't know about Sophie, please look her up in the White Rose because that's amazing. The early fight against slavery, obviously still ongoing today, this fight against slavery. I hope I would have been counted amongst those people. But for the sake of this morning's topic, I want you to consider for a moment whether or not you would have protested with the suffragettes. Back in the late 1800s and the early 1900s. They identified as feminists, but the majority of them were actually Christian women. Oh, Amanda, I gave you such a nice hello and you're sneaking in now. Forget all I said about Amanda, everybody, okay? I know you were here, so yeah, no. I said how we were so grateful to have you here, and I was very nice about you, but you weren't even here to hear it. And I don't have my glasses on, so I can't even tell you weren't here. Okay. So these women who fought for the vote, called suffragettes, here in Australia and in Britain, but here in Australia, they were incredibly courageous because it was seen as absolute gall for these women to get outside of their homes to protest for the right to vote. They were ridiculed, they were spat upon, they were ostracised, they were even put in prison for disturbing the peace, but they were an amazing sisterhood. And I hope, so you can see the Women's Christian Temperance Union there, that was the start of this suffragette fight, and that was the basis of feminism back then. Love it, absolutely love it. I really hope that I would have been prepared and brave enough to stand with a notable Australian Christian, and she was actually a fierce suffragette, Mary Lee, and she said this: "Let husbands, brothers, fathers be kept in mind that it is the duty of every free man to leave his daughters as free as his sons." Now, for us that seems reasonable, but in many places around the world this remains a far-off dream. But thanks to the relentless advocacy from women such as Mary Lee, Australia became the second nation in the world, New Zealand just pipped us, to allow women to vote. But we became the first to allow women not only to vote, but to stand for Parliament. And Edith Cowan was our nation's first female MP. It took a few years to get her there, but she was a strong Christian as well. And Amanda, you follow in Edith's footsteps. I can't see her again. Has she gone again? She's gone again. She's a vapour. Okay, she's in the bathroom. There was that funny clip about someone who was supposed to get an Oscar and they were in the bathroom. We should pretend that she just got an award when she comes back out. But here's where it gets interesting in light of today's topic, okay? So that's a bit of a background. After winning the vote, the suffragettes took on other battles, and one of which was lobbying for segregated toilets in public and in workplaces. Because the problem was that public toilets were designed for men, so they were just for men. In fact, there were no women's toilets in the workplace or anywhere else in public. Of course, this stopped women from accessing public spaces. You were effectively tied to your home, dependent on how strong your bladder was, I guess. It was certainly difficult to travel much further than to family and friends. And it actually was called the urinary leash, as women could only really travel as far as their bladders would allow because there were no toilets for them in public. So fast forward to today, and what we're seeing is the woke brigade would have us believe that the desire to have segregated toilets for women is bigoted. So can you see what a big turnaround we've got from the traditional feminist ideal of providing safe places for women to a very woke feminist ideal today. Strangely, many of these people who want no segregated toilets identify as feminists, and yet they're furiously arguing for the acceptance of men into women-only spaces. And our kids are being caught up in this. Toilets, women's prisons, domestic violence shelters, school toilets and change rooms, swimming pool toilets and showers, sporting competitions. And so there's a term, I don't know whether you know the word TERF, but the TERF word is thrown around a lot these days, and it's meant as an ugly slur used against feminists who believe that it is biology that defines womanhood. TERF, TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. So the argument of trans feminists is the very notion that a person should identify with the sex they were assigned at birth for their entire life is a stereotype. So they call it a stereotype if you believe that the sex that you were assigned at birth is what you are. But I'm sorry, but if you're looking at the screen right now, that is stereotyping. That is stereotyping. It is men dressing up as women, thinking that because you're a woman you have false eyelashes and big lips and big hair and big boobs and whatever else you've got there. That is stereotyping, and it's offensive, not identifying as your biological sex, as is this book. So this book is the Gender Fair. I've got it here, so I'll leave it on the counter here for you to come and have a browse through later. And this was a book that I really protested against a few years ago, so it was a little bit in the news and stuff. Because this book is targeted for children from 4 years old. And it can be found in all of our public libraries, and also on a lot of school classroom bookshelves. I probably am talking to groups of people who don't have it on your bookshelf. But if you can see the pictures, and you can go through the book here, the biological boy is very, very sad because he is given a car, but what he really wants is a tutu, a pink tutu, tutu. That was true. For me, that's an incredible stereotype. Like if the boy wants to dance, and even if he wants to wear a tutu, that does not make him a girl. That makes him a boy who wants to dance and wear a tutu. So the little girl is really upset because she wants to play soccer. But to play soccer, a girl doesn't play soccer. It's a boy so she's born in the wrong body because what she badly wants to do is play soccer. Now this is a book that is absolutely recommended by the national curriculum, and it is a book that is, as I say, in every public library. So our children are being told from 4 years old, if you identify, if you want to do a certain thing, that belongs in that category of gender. And so if that's not stereotyping, I just don't know what is. Because if a little girl, my second granddaughter, Bethany, is in one of the top soccer leagues. She loves soccer, plays it mad. She is a girl who plays soccer. Sometimes she wears a pretty dress, mostly she wears jeans or shorts. And that's okay because she's a girl who likes to play soccer. There's a University of Melbourne feminist. She's an academic, Associate Professor Holly Lawford-Smith. I get on really well with her. She's certainly not a person of faith, but she lectures in political philosophy. And she has faced really stiff opposition from her establishment because of her, what they would call, very old-fashioned and outdated brand of feminism. And she said this, and it's up on the screen: "It would be entirely ridiculous to expect all academics to agree that gender identity is a sufficient reason to upend feminist teaching about issues confronting women that are rooted in women's biology. My stance is that a person can't change sex, not even with sex reassignment surgery." And because of that statement, and a very public statement, in September 2019 there was a huge outcry on her campus, and activists tried to cancel her talk. Now, ironically, her talk was actually called "Deplatforming is a Feminist Issue at RMIT," because she was being taken off a lot of panels and boards that she was on. So her talk was titled about being deplatformed, and the student activists and other activists on the campus tried to cancel her talk. I find it really interesting that in this picture Holly is actually wearing the original suffragette colours. So if you look back on any historical pictures of in the late 1800s or the 1900s, the women often wore a sash across themselves. with these colours, that exactly like that. And I have a sash at home myself that I bought that I love. I absolutely love it. This issue affects us all, not just academics, feminist academics like Holly. The new obsession for so-called diversity and inclusion is demanding the exclusion of large parts of what it means to be a woman. We are witnessing an erasure of women-only spaces, women's sport, and even language around a woman's essential biology. So in all of the Queensland Government documents now, the word woman is actually very hard to find, as is mother. We have tampons are for people who menstruate. Breastfeeding has become chest feeding. All of these terms, and if you go through and see, they are untethered from a woman's biology. Laws now allow self-identification according to your preferred sex. So you can change your birth certificate even, which is falsifying your birth certificate. Biological males that identify as women and who commit criminal offences, including sexual offences, are warping statistics. So we're finding that there is a rising increase in crimes, particularly sexual crimes, committed by women. So we have a warping of our statistics of crime. Biological men are winning female sporting competitions and even female beauty competitions. Objections that any girls or women might have to sharing bathrooms and change facilities with a biological male are summarily dismissed regardless of any religious or even cultural background. And we know that many of us would share those concerns. Today's equality acts that all of our states have sacrifice female safety. And in many of the policies that you will find in large organisations as well, they have these policies of equality. We need to look no further than men being housed in female prisons. Or I think even perhaps more worryingly, we now have troubled, mentally confused men. So they are mentally confused men demanding entrance into domestic violence shelters. These domestic violence shelters have been set up to allow women to escape domestic tormentors, usually their male partner. And women who have been traumatised should not be told that they have to share spaces with biological men. So the last thing a woman who has been abused by a man needs is a penis in her bathroom. I can tell you, that is absolutely triggering. And neither, I want to really clarify this, neither should people who identify as transgender be lied to, because they too are experiencing very real trauma. Very real trauma. I'd be very surprised if every one of you are not familiar with a young person struggling with their identity right now. And a lot of it comes back to this sort of rubbish. But also it just comes back to a spiritual attack. These kids are under a spiritual attack. They desperately need our love. They need our acceptance of them as a fellow human being. They are fearfully and wonderfully made in the image of God. And God's intent for sexuality and gender has actually been completely turned upside down for them. But we must never forget that those who struggle with gender identity are living lives of great pain, massive confusion, and certainly an enormous amount of rejection as well. And just as Jesus went out of his way to reach the outcasts of society, we're called to humbly share his love, embodied in the gospel, lifting them up in prayer and allowing the Holy Spirit to bring about the conviction and the healing and the transformation. We need to allow the Holy Spirit to do that work, but at the same time, I do not believe that it is right for us to perpetuate a lie. That's our part. We do not perpetuate a lie, but we allow the Holy Spirit to bring conviction. To lie to a young person who is struggling with their identity is actually cruel, because it will never lead to a life of flourishing. And when they get to the end and they realise that it has not been true and it is a lie, you want them to be able to look back to their teacher, to their parent, to their friend, who told them the truth, because you want them to return to you and say, you were right, and please help me now, because you have loved them despite being truthful. There's complications, I know, with terminology and names, and I think there are ways around that. But I would refuse to actually participate in a lie. I'm not going to perpetuate a lie that is going to lead to somebody's more trauma. I'm not going to do that. This is an awful, awful book, because I want to move on to a different issue. And it's the issue, another issue that actually causes huge tension between the new woke ideology and feminism, as the sexualisation of our nation's children. We've got explicit outdoor advertising, we've got pornography, even we've got the sex and gender education included in our national curriculum that many parents believe sexually grooms their children from a young age. In public spaces, billboards spruik adult clubs and concepts, buses pick up children from school. I think I've got a picture of the bus there. Yeah, I'll come to get to that. Buses pick up children from school with sexual advertising on them. It blows my mind. For many years, we experts have warned against the sexualisation of children, but we are now reaping the consequences of ignoring these warnings and putting adult desires ahead of children's innocence. This book here, again, I have the book here. It's this one. And I was in the news a little bit about this one because I was so upset about this. It was in Big W, it was in the children's section, it was on because it's actually directed to 11-year-old children. Now, I don't know whether you can see some of those because I made them small because they're really awful. And I actually did something yesterday that I don't normally do, and I sent these pictures to the media because I found out that even though Big W told us that they had taken them off the shelves, in many Big W stores they're still on the shelves. So I know that they're available online. They said to us at the time, we will take them off the shelves, but they'll be available online for people to buy. But more and more now I'm getting photos of people from around the country with these books on the shelves of Big W in the children's section. So we've got, I've been married for 45 years, I told you that, nearly 45 years in May. And when I read some of these topics about explaining sex to children, I had to ask my husband what that actually meant, and he didn't know. We've been married for 45 years. We have a very healthy sex life, I'm telling you, very healthy. But I did not understand some of this stuff, and I was so upset that a 14-year-old child would be taught about fingering, hand jobs, mutual masturbation, nudes, texting and online sex, oral sex, sexual touching, scissoring. That was the one I didn't understand. Don't ask me later because I still haven't found out, okay? The lowdown, I don't want to know. Oral sex on a penis. This is all in here. If you need to know. If you're single, don't read it because I want you to find out for yourself with your husband. That's what I want you to find out, how to do sex. Find out with him. It's good to find out with him because it's fun experimenting, okay? But you don't need this book to tell you. But the 14-year-olds are being told all of this. And not only that, they're being told that if you have all these other forms of weird and wonderful sexual expression, you won't fall pregnant. But even if they're not falling pregnant, they are getting STIs. So we now have this incredibly shameful secret in our nation, and we have woke feminists pushing that this is a great idea. This is from an ABC writer, our ABC. And it's a woman who says that she's a feminist and she wants all children to be able to experience sex in its fullness. 14. It says it in the cover. Actually, I'll read it. Actually, it's not. Okay, it's worse. So I'm reading it. Whether you're an apprehensive 11-year-old or a curious 14-year-old, this book is reassuring, interesting, and full of the information you need. So, 11 years old. This makes me so angry because what we're seeing now is we're seeing a devastating Local government about the school buses. And when he stood up with his thing, he said, I've actually given my spot to Wendy Francis, she's going to speak. So I spoke. Networks and friendships are really important because he's now the Speaker of Parliament. He's the only one who can tell the Prime Minister what to do. God opened that door, and it's actually been a huge blessing in many ways, I think, for both of us, Milton and myself. But that's local government to state government. They regulate on school sex lessons, on prostitution, on abortion, which is another issue that I think early feminists would be shocked if they saw what modern feminists are in favour of as far as abortion. And then to federal parliament. I wanted to put this up because it's the current situation in the lower house in federal parliament. So you can see by the numbers, so there's 151 electorates, 151 members. We all vote for whoever our electorate is. Very small electorates in Sydney have the same number of people as massive electorates in Western Australia. So it's all, it depends on the numbers. That's why sometimes your margins might change and you might find yourself in a different electorate, because if a lot of people have come in or people have moved out, then your borders might change. So we've got 151 electorates for 151 members. 77 of those members are the ALP, the government. So can you see that it's very hard, unless the government want to pass a bill or are happy with something, it would be very hard to get anything through. But it's still really important to have a voice, because God says that he was sad when he looked out and he saw that there was no truth spoken in the public square. It made him grieve. So it's still important to speak, but you can see it's really hard to actually get anything happening unless the Labor Party want to do it. And then there's the Senate. It's different there. So look at the numbers. The Senate's made up of 76 federal senators. There's 12 from each state and 2 from the territories. You can see on the screen the number of senators who currently represent different parties. So we've got 31 senators in the Liberal National Party coalition, 26 in the ALP. Now you need to actually take into consideration though the independents and the minor parties, because the Australian Greens would normally always vote with the Labor Party. So if you add the Australian Greens onto the ALP, then you've got 37. So that's more than the coalition. But if you look at the coalition and you add it on all of the other independents and the minor parties, then you actually can make a difference you can actually win something if you're going on that direction, okay? I'm not trying to be party partisan here, but I'm just saying you can make a difference in the Senate. So, that being the case, our lobbying took us, so this is Michelle Pearce, she's our new CEO from ACL. Michelle and I went and saw David Pocock because he is one of those independents. And he's an ex-footballer, very new in politics, but very anti-Christian, to be honest. And so we asked to see him. We met with him, and it was incredible because we talked to him about the online pornography. We talked to him about the need for age verification legislation, and he actually listened and he seemed to really get it. We weren't really sure, but as we left, I said to Michelle, let's just really pray that he actually really got it, because if he got it, the government really like to pander to these people because they need their vote. Okay, so they listen to these people. So then in estimates you get a chance to ask questions in Parliament, the MPs do and the senators. In estimates, just about a week ago, he asked a question about age verification and it was a doozy. And when he got stupid answers, he fought back. And I've got the snippet of he sent me the video of him asking the questions. I think he was pretty proud of himself, to be honest. But I was pretty happy as well. And so on the back of that, I sent a lot of questions to the E-Safety Commissioner because I thought, okay, we've got some momentum here. So I sent questions to the E-Safety Commissioner. In particular, I wanted to ask the E-Safety Commissioner how it is that the government can protect children from accessing gambling but not pornography. So what I mean is that I have a 13-year-old grandson, two 13-year-old grandsons actually, and one is Joshua's son, Sonia, and the other is Heidi's son. They would not be able to gamble their money unless they stole their parents' credit card and driver's license. Okay, so they could do, like if they're that inclined, then they could do it, but there is a gate. And their parents would then see it on their credit card statement and they would say, hang on a minute, something's going on, I've been scammed, and then they find out it's their son. Okay, so there's a gate. And my grandchildren are, of course, angels and would never do that. But with pornography, they can go to hardcore, Sam and Jack can go hardcore pornography without any gate at all. And so I went to the E-Safety Commissioner, how is it that that's the case? Like you're saying we can't do age verification legislation because of this, that and the other. How is it that our grandkids can't gamble without clarifying their age and lying, but they can go straight? And their answer was online wagering services are subject to different obligations. And I say change the obligations. Like that's what MPs do. They change the obligations. I talked briefly about the women's reproductive rights. More girls than boys are being aborted, but we don't hear anything from the feminists about that. Certainly in China that's the case, but it's not just in China, it's here in Australia. And so we're finding that that babies are being aborted because they're girl. That is a statistic that you can look up in the census. Babies are being born alive because of the push for late-term abortions. A very conservative estimate is 1 every 10 days in Australia. Once every 10 days there is a baby that is born alive after an abortion and left to die. In Queensland, until very recently, the regulations actually forbade any assistance to a baby that was born alive after an abortion, and that has changed recently. And I really give credit to Rob Norman, our State Director, for that, because he just has been relentless, as well as others. Cherish Life, yes?
Sorry, Wendy, can I just ask, is there discussion around why there is a push for late-term abortion? Why are girls being, I guess, encouraged to carry a baby and then abort it?
So the main argument for that is it's my body, my choice. So it comes back to that. It's my body, my choice. And so if it's going to be your body, your choice, it has to be allowed the whole time. Otherwise, it's not your body. And there is a cut-off when it's no longer your body and it's no longer your choice. So that's the basic reason for it. But the other problem is you get to 28 weeks pregnant and you find out that your partner is having an affair with your best friend and they are going to leave you. And your friends say, you're going to be stuck with that baby for the rest of your life, you're going to be stuck with him. So it's breakdown in relationships. It might be that you find out very late that there's something wrong with your baby. Sometimes a hair lip is not caught until late in the process, and babies are being aborted if they have a hair lip these days. Things that can be fixed. It's incredibly sad. But there is a political push, and we are running a great campaign, and the senators that you can see there, Antic and Canavan, as well as Ralph Babette, who's an independent senator, they're great. The benefit in an argument like this of someone like Amanda is really big because it's 3 men who have put forward this bill, and I honour them for it. But they could not find a woman to stand with them in this. And unfortunately, Amanda's no longer in the Senate, but fortunately, she's going to be in the Queensland Parliament after the election in October. And if any of you live down in the Bayside Way, she is running in Cleveland, and I am not actually promoting her party, I am promoting Amanda. She is someone that needs your vote, and if you can do anything to help her get elected, she will be standing here. Before she even got elected into the Senate, I'm diversing, but before she got elected into the Senate, she came to pro-life rallies as a Senate candidate, and most people don't do that. Yeah, she's the real deal. And you know, these are the rallies. And if you looked really closely, you would see Amanda in there, you would see me, you would see a number of good politicians, Mark Robinson, you would see different people in there. But thousands of people march every year, and I encourage us all to be part of that as well. It's, I find it a real irony and very, very sad that on the one hand, feminists have won the right to abort babies up until birth, and yet people like Jay Langadinos, who is the, not sure which one on your screen, this one on your screen, Jay, she is a dear friend to me. And with one psychiatrist appointment, she had her ovaries removed, her breasts removed, and her womb removed from one psychiatrist appointment that started at the age of 18. And so she's now in her 30s, and she's one of the people who stands beside me in many meetings, just saying how incredibly sad it is for her, now a woman, but often looking like a man, with her hair receding. She's incredibly brave and she's wonderful. We have a number of detransitioners like her, unable to have children because of the affirmation treatment that was pushed on them. Then there's prostitution. So the Queensland Government are right now currently moving to fully decriminalise prostitution. We're trying to push it back so that it doesn't come up before the election, because we want people like Amanda to get in so that we can stop this push. We have protested. These women were all past prostitutes. They were in prostitution themselves. They asked me to come and stand beside them because they wanted me to bring my husband, because he was one of the only men they actually trusted and they needed some protection. My husband's not real tall and not real strong, but anyway, he came and he stood off to the side. I had to quickly change my poster, because if you look carefully at some of the posters, the candle of amnesty, they've changed it into a penis. And I didn't want to hold a penis poster. I was like, no, girls, I'm here, but I cannot hold a penis poster. You've got to change it to a candle. So they changed the poster to a candle for me, which was very kind of them. But these girls know that this is not allowing women to make good choices. And yeah, that was in Fortitude Valley. But one of the most pressing current political issues facing our country is the government's proposed religious discrimination bill. And so for any nation to be truly free, they must have strong protections for freedom of religion. And yet this has been definitely seriously compromised in many ways in our nation. It stems back from the same-sex marriage debate in 2017 when the new laws were passed. The Prime Minister at the moment, that was Malcolm Turnbull, he announced that we needed to protect religious freedom in order to allow churches and faith-based schools to continue operating according to their beliefs. Now, I said the word Amanda too many times this morning, but Amanda was part of this fight for the religious discrimination bill. So that's it. I'm not mentioning her one more time. There's really high-profile cases. There's Israel Folau, Andrew Thorburn. You probably recognise those names, but they're high-profile cases. There are everyday cases happening every day with businesses, shops, livelihoods. Even the ability to practice medicine or to foster children are being targeted because of our stance on gender and sexuality. And so we have a major concern about the Australian Law Reform Commission report and the Religious Discrimination Bill, which we believe will have a huge impact on the ability of Christian schooling to hire Christian staff and to adhere to Christian ethics. And Lynn Donnelly has been right there at the forefront of this fight as well. And so support her, find out from her where it's going. She'll be able to point you to other people who are doing key things in this place, but Lynn is absolute champion. We're working closely on this alongside obviously Associated Christian Schools and the other school organisations, but I just want to say that it's not doom and gloom. because throughout history, Christians have influenced positively government over and over again. Sometimes it took years, sometimes it took decades, but we saw the Roman Empire. Christians were responsible for outlawing infanticide, child abandonment and abortion. Gladiators, Christians were responsible for stopping the deaths of thousands of gladiators with the battles to the death. Christians were responsible for granting property rights to women, protecting them, prohibiting the burning alive of widows. All of these things were Christians. Even the outlawing that terrible practice of crippling women's feet from binding them in China. Christians were responsible for beginning public schools, making sure that every child would have the opportunity to have education. We obviously were responsible through William Wilberforce and others in the abolishment of slavery, but that still goes on. But what I want to say about all this is that we were born for this time, and there are fights that are happening right now today that we need to be aware of and we need to know about, because our kids are in the middle of it, and the kids are going to actually pay for whatever decisions are made in the future. We don't have time to look at all the Bible stories, and I didn't intend to either, but there's so many Bible stories that would talk about people, men and women, who influenced government for good. You know, I've spoken about a number of issues, and obviously I personally believe that politics has a really important part to play in whether or not evil or good progresses. It's as simple as that. But it's much more important for me, and I have to remind myself of this all the time, never to lose sight of the fact that the answer to life will never be found in good politics. It will never be found in a political party. It will never be found in an ideology, feminism, or any other sort of movement. And this is what US theologian Wayne Grudem said. He said, "It is Scripture alone, not conservative evangelical tradition or any other human authority, that must function as the normative authority for the definition of what we should believe." I absolutely love it. And the absolute truth is that when biblical values are practiced, it's good news for our children, it's good news for the oppressed, it's good news for everybody who longs for justice and peace. It's good news for the young and old. It's good news for the weak, powerful even, rich and poor. Everybody who desires freedom, rather than what we are seeing in that we are seeing a continual decline in peace, in civility even, in our liberty, and certainly in our goodness. The Scriptures are good for all of those things. We are children of the living God. He has called each one of us to be salt and light. And you know, salt preserves, and salt is a wonderful thing, but it stings when it goes into an open wound. So it's not always going to be welcome. And light isn't, I mean, you turn on a light when you walk into a room and it shows you where to go, and it avoids you falling over the couch. But if that light is an automatic light in the garage and someone's trying to steal your car, then they're going to try and smash it out. They're going to try and smash that light out because they don't want the light. And so salt and light are obviously really good things. It's what we're called to be. But they sometimes will not get the reaction that we would desire. I think hot topics, particularly about social issues, should not be avoided by Christians. We shouldn't avoid them because our kids are in the middle of them. But what we need to do is we need to approach them seriously. We need to approach them in love. We need to approach them, obviously, in the light of the Bible. And for my part, I want to see good laws introduced that will protect children from all of the corrupt moral influences that we've looked at a little bit briefly today. And it has been brief because I could go into so much deeper about pornography and particularly the school curriculums that are teaching our kids all kinds of sexual experimentation outside of marriage, and that they're fine. I absolutely love Christian schooling. I love chaplaincy. Our eldest daughter is a chaplain, and I'm so grateful to God for the education of our own children in Redlands College. So I want to just thank you for what you do. Thank you for your commitment to being salt and light for our nation's children. And you're not simply equipping them for a future career, but you are helping to set their eyes on Jesus. And he is the answer, obviously, to all of the world's problems, sometimes not as quickly as we want, but he is also the answer to the deepest needs of every human heart. So thank you. Thank you very much. So, I don't know whether you've got any questions. We've got about 5 minutes for any questions or comments if anybody wanted to do that. Otherwise, I'm going to tell a story. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to Milton Dick, but if you've got a question, just put your hand up and I'll stop. Just going to go back to Milton Dick because Milton, he was an unusual person for me to connect with, but I told you the story of how that happened. And then when he got into federal parliament, I kept on seeing him. Every year he gives me a candle for Christmas, a really beautiful, one of those really expensive ones, you know. And every year he gives that to me and tells me that I'm a light in his life, which is really very special. And so over the years, I've given him things as well that would try and point him back to God. He comes from quite a Catholic background. And so when he got into federal parliament, we maintained this relationship. He gave me ideas and suggestions on how I could cooperate with the Labor Party. And then he became Speaker. And so I got a call from his office. Milton would like to see you in the Speaker's office next time you're in Canberra. And last year I was in Canberra more than I was home because Martin Niles had resigned, and so I was called down to Canberra, and it was really a huge year for me. And so I was in Canberra, so I got the call up to Milton's office. And I knew it would be a good time, but I didn't know what he was going to say. So I walked into his office and he showed me around, and he was really chuffed at it's a beautiful office. If any dignitary comes, so if Will and I was going to say Will and Megan, that's wrong, Harry and Megan, Will and Kate. If Will and Kate came to Australia, they would be taken to the Speaker's office. That's where they would be entertained. Okay, so it's the big deal. And as I say, he's the only one who can tell the Prime Minister to basically shut up in Parliament. The only one. He can make him leave. So he shows me around, shows me the artwork that he's been choosing, and some of it was religious, so he wanted me to see that because he was a bit proud of that. And then he sat me down and he said, Wendy, you have been a faithful friend for over a decade. I want to tell you I'm in this position now and I can help you. I said, right, how can you help me? He said, well, you tell me. I said, oh, I don't know, Milton, I don't know. He said, well, I'm telling you, if there's someone you need to get an appointment with and you can't, let me know and I'll do what I can do behind the scenes. If you ever want to use my rooms, just say. Wow. So I left and I immediately emailed his staff and I said, Milton said I can use your rooms. Can I organise a charity leaders event and bring Christian charities from all over Australia to the Speaker's office and meet with the charity minister? And because at the time, the ACNC were really being a really heavy person. Like instead of the ACNC should be one encouraging charities. We love charities, the ACNC. No, it's this, like it's all these regulations. So I thought if the charity leaders, Christian charity leaders. So it all happened. In May this year, on May 29, Lynn hasn't got her invitation yet because it'll come next week. But in May 29, we're doing it again. It'll be the third year in a row that we've done a meeting with charity leaders, the second in the Speaker's office. And so it's these sort of friendships that God brings along your way. You never know. So this time, the DGR status for school buildings, for religious organisations, that's all under threat. And so what an amazing opportunity we're going to have. We're bringing in 60 charity leaders from around Australia to come into the Speaker's office, meet with the Minister for Charities, Andrew Lee, and he will speak to them and answer their questions on the DGR status. So I guess that's just a story of, you never know, from right back meeting quite a humble councillor, where God is going to take that. And so I encourage you to get your MPs to come and visit your schools, get them to come into your classrooms, get them to come to your churches. You know, some churches say to me, oh, they're not a Christian, so why would we have them come to church? They're your leader. They're your person who represents you in Parliament. You need to have them to your church. I'm not going to ask them to preach if they're not a Christian, obviously. Mark Robinson's probably the only MP I know who would preach for you. But yeah, get them to come, because you want them to be, you want your people to be familiar with them, so that when an issue comes up about age verification or religious discrimination or the Australian Law Reform Commission, that they already know this person and they can go to him. And I've proved that over and over again, how valuable those friendships can be. Yeah, so thank you, everybody. I'll leave these books just up here, Jenny, would I? Or over there?
Over there, I think would be great. Yeah, great, thank you. I'll grab that. Thank you so much. Amazing, thank you. Thank you so much, Wendy. That was absolutely incredible. You know, we heard today that there's so much brokenness, you know, whether it's people struggling with identity or, you know, the sexualization of children. And, you know, I often think the enemy is the author of confusion. And he doesn't want people to understand their true identity in Christ. And so I think, you know, really just listening to what Wendy was sharing, I don't know about you, but I just felt really stirring up in me that, you know, this is an area where we can have a voice, where maybe this is something that God's saying, be courageous in standing against this. And so there's a lot of different ways that we can do that, but we do need to have a voice, and we need to speak that truth in love. So thank you so much today, Wendy. Can we just give her another round of applause? And can I also just say too, you mentioned this, Wendy, just at the end around, you know, even discussing some of these issues around the table with your family. I've actually found too, like, you know, sometimes it can be a bit daunting to think about going to, you know, a march or something public, but even if you start in your own home, having these conversations with our children is actually really important, because they're getting a lot of different messages out there, and they're often really, really confused about what is right, what is the truth. So even just starting at home with our own loved ones, I think we can you know, make a real difference, and we've been doing that a little bit over the last number of years, where a lot of these topics are in the media, and just bringing them back to our own dinner table just to be able to discuss those. Wonderful. We have the amazing Lynn and Eric here today, and it's so wonderful to have you present. And if you haven't already said hello, morning tea is a great opportunity to do that. And so now I would love to invite you just to enjoy some morning tea. But also, we have a gift for Wendy. Aww. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's so valuable. We really appreciate you.
Thanks, Jenny. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Wendy. All right, we've got until 10:30. I think the food is being placed just over here, but feel free to head outside. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for what you did to make this happen.
Don't worry, it's not one of them books.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah. That was incredible. Just, yeah.
Oh, so would I. Every time. But also.
Is God calling you to action? So I'm excited. I'm going to introduce the Honourable Amanda Stoker to you. Amanda is a former Australian senator and lawyer who represented Queensland for the Liberal National Party. Wendy's done an amazing job already of talking a lot about it. Thank you, Wendy. But Amanda has had a career as a corporate lawyer, judge's associate, Commonwealth prosecutor and private barrister, and then served as a senator for Queensland in the Commonwealth Parliament. She was Assistant Minister to the Attorney General and Assistant Minister for Industrial Relations, as well as Assistant Minister for Women. She has been a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security and Chair of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee of the Senate. She's committed to ensuring religious liberty and freedom of speech and has worked to improve academic freedom in tertiary education. She's passionate about parental choice in education and has worked to ensure that faith-based schools are understood and therefore supported by our governments. She's married to Adam with 3 children and enjoys spending her time with her family, as well as enjoying pottery, yoga, reading and writing. And as Wendy said, Amanda's the real deal. So can you all join with me in welcoming Amanda?
Thank you very much. It's very hard to live up to the kindness of you ladies, and particularly the comments from you and from Wendy. They're very generous. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. You'll know a few things about me, and some of you will have heard me speak last year, and I hope for those that heard me last year, I'm not too boring or repetitive, but please forgive me if I am. Can I say how much I value the work of Associated Christian Schools and the things that you're doing in your school communities every single day? Let me take a step back, I suppose, and tell you something of a story. It's been mentioned today, I'm a candidate for the next state election, and I'm in the Liberal National Party. It's a party whose values, if you read the inside cover of the Constitution, I look at and go, yeah. But I'm also a realist, and I know that sometimes there are parts of our side that maybe don't come up to proof on those things. And I see it as my job to help to be part of a process of educating and encouraging, in many ways, our own to be their best and to reach their potential, not in the service of our brand, but in the service of you, in the service of Queenslanders, and in the great hope that the generations to come will be not exposed to many of the things that Wendy had to raise in her session, and that they will have the insurance policies that she talked about as well. Because I'm a candidate, I'm doing a lot of grassroots kind of activities. And they're really important, even though they can seem unglamorous day to day. You know, you're walking around street by street, house by house, knocking on doors, never quite knowing what reaction you'll get from the person who opens it. Although I confess that in the Redlands, where I'm living, overwhelmingly people are just beautiful. But more than anything else, people speak to me about having a real fear about crime. Rising crime in a community that's always been very peaceful and very safe, and they've been rattled by the experience of grandmother Valda Lovett a couple of weeks ago, who experienced a terrible crime in front of her grandchild. But they also know that's not an isolated incident, that she's one in a long list of people who are experiencing increasingly escalating violent crime that can sometimes start from relatively small, comparatively speaking, crimes, and that they're overwhelmingly being perpetrated by children. 53% of crimes in Queensland over the last year were done by children. It's extraordinary. But when I think about what is, this squarely state issue that is really affecting people's livelihoods, it's affecting, You know, when your car gets stolen, you've got time lost from work. If you're self-employed, you've lost your tools. Your insurance premiums go up. You've got all the lost time and inconvenience. When someone breaks into your house, you don't just lose those monetary things. Your peace of mind is stolen too. My mother said to me recently, "What do I do to get back my children's stolen peace of mind?" Her kids, I meant to put a timer on there, her kids are begging to go to boarding school because they don't feel safe at home. And they're in an otherwise lovely Brisbane suburb, Coorparoo. It's extraordinary. But when we track back what causes these things, there are legislative measures, there are programs and diversionary things that either can be done to make things a little better, or the removal of those things can have helped to create the problem we face now. But fundamentally, when you get back to it, what's at the heart of it? And if we're honest with ourselves, I think we can make a pretty good case that it's been a 30 to 50 year program of breaking down the family unit that lies at the heart of all of this. Nobody wants to talk about that. And maybe that's because it holds up an uncomfortable mirror to ourselves. Maybe it's because it seems overwhelming to try and turn that tide. But at the same time, I can't think of anything more meaningful that we could do than to create an environment in which parents can do a great job and raise children with a minimum of trauma and with a maximum of opportunity to succeed in the world, and with the boundaries and ballast that come from knowing who they are, where they're going and why. And so, while I stand before you really with a political responsibility, I want to leave you with this idea. We talk about politicians and how they're disappointing sometimes, how they let us down. Or maybe you might recall having said at one time or another, "Oh, they're all the same, right? They're all as bad as each other." Yeah, in some ways I get that. But our politicians are representative. And that can be a harsh thing to think of. If our politicians are sick and not coming up to proof, not doing what you need them to do, they are representative of culture, and culture is representative of our values. Let me flip all that around a bit to say, values inform culture, and our culture determines our politics. So we can and we should write our politicians to do better and stand for better things in the way that Wendy and her colleagues at the ACL and in other groups like it, they do it so wonderfully. But we amplify the good we can do if we can shape culture to better manifest in the political space. Am I making sense? If our culture is strong, if we are living out the right things every day, then the people who represent us, who are in some measure or in some degree a reflection of us, they're going to be better too. And the things that we feel like we have to fight so hard for at the moment become second nature. If we think back to history, in Menzies' time, the idea that policy should be oriented around the little platoons of family having the best possible opportunity to succeed. The idea that it was the small business person we should empower because really that's just a family trying to earn a living. And the idea that big governments should stay out of your face, not just because that makes you more free, but because civil society, because families and individuals and churches and local community groups can serve and meet a need so much better than any faraway bureaucracy ever could. Those are the things that were so uncontroversial before the breakdown of family, and now are highly contestable to the point where you might even be called a bigot for standing up and saying that they matter. And so it's culture where the action lies. So it's worth thinking about, okay, well, what is that? Culture is what we believe, that's that values aspect, but it's also what we do. The way we live that out every day, maybe in acts of service, but also in the way that we speak to and we raise our children. If you're in the classroom, oh my gosh, you're doing that so much every day. You're not just teaching something from your mouth, but you're teaching it by your demeanour and your actions and the way that you respond to the unexpected, and that what we do aspect of culture is so important. What we walk past, you ever heard that's the standard you walk past is the standard you accept? Maybe that's a nasty billboard on a bus, maybe it's something else. That's fundamental to shaping culture, as is the things that we stand up against, the things that we enjoy, the things that we glorify. If we aren't prepared to work on our culture, we won't get a better polity. And for my part, I'm absolutely committed to doing what I can to contribute positively to both. But I have no illusions that the political space is going to be a hard space that requires warriors until we get culture right. You know, when you think about the frontier issues that are really pushing up against our boundaries in the political space at present. Last week we had the state government, Wendy mentioned, pushing for radical liberalisation of prostitution in Queensland at a time when all the evidence tells us that the exact opposite approach is what serves vulnerable women and indeed the customers who might have once come to her best. Whether we think about the gender issues or the life issues, what's going on in our curriculum, things our kids are being taught, all of that stuff, they're all cultural issues. And the reason that things like changing the deductible gift recipient status of faith-based bodies is on the table, the reason religious liberty and free speech and freedom of assembly, freedom to either agree to or refuse what gets put into your body, the reason these things are all on the table is because the activists are very smart about knowing what the levers are that determine culture. So in many ways, we've got to wise up. And while these cultural issues can be uncomfortable, particularly because we're a body of people who don't have the right to judge others, that's for God to do, right? Because we want to be accepting and embracing and encouraging, we are sometimes led beyond mere acceptance and at times can go along with affirmation of things that we know are wrong. It's not a well understood thing, this difference between acceptance and affirmation. In a room like this, there might be a better understanding, but in the wider community, we need to do a lot more to help people understand the difference between being good to somebody and lying to somebody. Very different things. In any event, those who do not value what we do understand the levers of culture. They understand what makes it change, and they understand how to have that impact. It's time for us to grow in our understanding of that, more jealously guard the things that protect culture, and to do the things that we can to rebuild that which has been lost from the strength in our culture. I don't know if you've seen this, but a study came out from a fellow named Kos Samaras, who's not really politically of the same ilk as me, but he's a statistician, research guy. And he did a study that showed, based on voting trends over the last 50 years, that women, particularly working age women, have become more politically radicalised than ever before, and it has happened faster than any group in history has ever before been radicalised. It's a really interesting thing to consider. It means we're probably a little bit unusual when compared to parts of the wider community. But if we flip that around, it tells us other things too. It tells us that culture is capable of being changed radically in a good direction rather than in a bad direction. And it shows us that people are capable of changing their minds, because that large cohort of women have done so in a relatively short period of time. Make no mistake, in your work, whether you're in the classroom or in school administration, or in liaising with parents and enrolments, whichever way you serve, you are on the front line of culture. And the things that you are doing every day are transforming the face of this nation for the long term. You know, when I look at the growth at a school like this, or at Redlands College, which is in my patch, oh my gosh, such a lovely institution, I see an incredible movement of positivity that's not just changing the relationship of individual children with the world, but also their entire families and a whole ecosystem of parents and businesses and students in a way that, I mean, it's a spiritual accomplishment and it's enormously beautiful. Don't think that what you're doing isn't cultural, that it doesn't have ripples that echo for many, many years beyond today. And don't think it's not political, because the decisions you make may be about whether or not you choose to affirm identity politics based notions of certain people needing different kind of acknowledgement based on their race in the classroom, instead of perhaps focusing on the inherent dignity and equality of all of us in the eyes of God. Little things like that are really significant in a political sense, and they help to shape the minds of people in a way that the activists on the other side have understood for a long, long time. You're on the front line of culture in the classroom, but you're also, you're shaping minds by what you teach. You're modelling genuine tolerance, not the kind of pseudo-tolerance that says only certain people are allowed to speak about certain things and everybody else has to sit down and shut up. You're supporting families wherever they're at and whatever their challenge may be. And you're sharing God's love even with people who might not have expected it. And that has a significance that is huge. You're probably also raising your own family, and the things that you do to fill your household with the Holy Spirit are so important, because again, if you don't, culture will do it for you. And you probably won't like what that involves. Let me change tack a little and go this way. I've been reflecting a lot about how you go about faithfully practicing your Christian faith whilst being in a political space in which people will tell you very robustly, I don't want you shoving that stuff in my face, your religion's none of my business, and some people whip out a relatively ill-informed conception of the separation of church and state, which is a thing but isn't well understood. And I accept most people don't want a politician preaching, and they don't want those who might serve in Parliament pushing their religious values on them. Completely get that. But at the same time, if you want to authentically serve, you can't betray the values that underpin your reason for service. If you're a person who, like me, sees it as a calling to provide whatever gifts you have been given in the service of something bigger, well, to betray those things defeats the whole purpose of being there. And so I thought it might be worth having a chat about how I try and go about reconciling those things, because it might help to put in perspective the way some political actors do what they do. So I know, and you know, that God isn't just one of many things in a life or in a society that make things good. We know it is the thing that makes possible all other good things. But not everybody in our community has that point of view, and not everybody is at a point in their life's journey where they're ready to hear that. So it strikes me that the right thing to do from a political perspective is, in all policy and in all decision making that we are called to be a part of, that we consciously and carefully save space for people to think and speak and assemble and learn and be taken on a journey of their own in theirs and God's time, that takes them on their experience of the spiritual. Or not. You know, there will be some people who don't want that and who reject it, and that's their call for life. The difference between, I think, a politician who gets it and a politician who doesn't is whether or not they want to enforce that not on other people, or whether they're prepared to be genuinely pluralistic in a way that saves space for everybody to do things in their own time and in their own way. The other principle I think needs to be taken into the political space is to value and appreciate the good works that are done by members of the community in the service of their bigger faith. And I think that's something that's really missing from the political space at present. You take the debate that we've been having as a country, if you've been following it, around whether or not religious institutions and school building funds and the like should have access to deductible gift recipient status under charities law. Well, the people who would argue that they shouldn't are those that don't understand the depth and breadth of the good works that are done in our community in His name, whether that's caring for the aged or supporting people with a disability, whether that's feeding the hungry or ministering to the sick. There is everything from schools to churches to foster care. I mean, I could keep going, you probably don't need for me to. But if we don't understand that those good works are the product of faith, a faith that needs to be allowed space for in our community, well, they will wither. And with it, the most needy in our community will struggle more. Look, I don't pretend any political brand is perfect, right? But the difference between those who are more broadly conservative is that they see that the action happens in that civil society, and the things that we voluntarily choose to do as a manifestation of the things that we care about, done with love and with care and deliberately and happily, and in a way that's tailored to the needs of the people who are being served, because we're dealing with two human beings on the opposite side of what is not a transaction about need, but rather an act of love. And we see that in support for families, in the encouragement and protection of schools and their ability to assemble around the ideas that that school community thinks are important. Fundamentally, it's a philosophy that respects the individual over the collective and empowers those individuals to make choices for themselves, choices to meet needs around them, choices to believe or to think or to assemble accordingly, and choices that should be respected by government, not just because it's a fundamental human right, although that is important, but also because it makes for better outcomes in the community in the political sense. The flip side, the side that is associated with the broad left of politics, actually thinks that government is best placed to do all of these things. And so if they take more of your money and they apply it for you to things that they think are important, and some of them will be important things, they think that can be done better and serve a greater need. And no doubt there are some circumstances where that has done okay things, but fundamentally I don't trust a bureaucrat in Canberra to be able to make sure that food arrives at the doorstep of the household in, I don't know, Gales that's dealing with some hardship right now. And I don't trust that a faraway government should have the right to determine what does or doesn't go into my body. And I don't trust that the government knows how to spend your money better than you do. But fundamentally that comes from the disempowering philosophy that says we are a collective defined by genetic attributes with which we are born and over which we have no control, and which, depending on what they are, mean you are either an oppressor or a victim for life. Full stop. End of story. And I can't get behind that in an environment where I know that human dignity comes from what's inside of us, not anything external. Whether Jew or Gentile, black, white or brindle, it's about what's on the inside that matters. Now, these can be hard things to articulate in the public space. It can even be hard to articulate around a dinner table. But we need to really try to build the words to be able to respectfully and kindly push back on some of this stuff when it crops up. And I'll give you a few examples. Have you heard someone say, "You do you"? Yeah. Oh, you do you. Well, something biblical about you do you. So we need to find ways to explain that being able to value a person who is doing you doesn't involve affirming the things that we know aren't taking them down a path that will lead them to the greatest of their potential. Have you been told to check your privilege? For some of you in the room, your white privilege. This can be a really hard one to deal with. Yeah. Privilege, and in a sense we are, right? We are all privileged in that we are relatively healthy people. We are in, showing my bias, the greatest country on earth. We are experiencing beautiful weather and relative wealth, and we are hugely blessed. But is the right response to that self-flagellation? Is it to hang our heads in shame and not be allowed to contribute around a range of issues because we have a certain number of blessings? That doesn't make any sense at all, right? The right response to great privilege is gratitude and celebration. But it comes with the obligation for us to use the gifts that God has given us to their highest and best use in His name and for His glory, and in the service of all of the things for which He stands. That's a good response to privilege. But we, I think, haven't been well equipped to say, well, hold on, you're talking about privilege. What do you mean by that? And what do you want me to do with that? And I think it's important that we equip our students, if they're at the point of having those sorts of discussions, but our families, our friends, to be able to more critically look at some of these concepts that are being pushed our way. Fundamentally, though, these things are all very hard, sure. But at no point did God say, When you become a Christian, it's a piece of cake. Now that you're a Christian, everything is easy. In fact, I think if you're a student of the Bible, you'll find he actually says pretty much the opposite, that it will be hard, and you'll be persecuted, and you will be misunderstood, and all of these things are real. He didn't say it would be easy, but he said it would be worth it. He said he would help us every step of the way, that he would never leave our side, and that as he turns all things to good, the victory is ultimately guaranteed. And that's a pretty darn good proposition, if I've ever seen one. I started by talking about people's experience of the issue of crime. And so, you know, I'm hoping to be able to serve in the state team. Of course, that's not a fait accompli, that's subject to what people have to say in October. And I'm hopeful that that will lead to an LNP government that better understands some of the things that have been talked about in this room today. But don't underestimate how important those simple principles or values-based questions that I sort of talked through before about what broadly Conservatives believe and what broadly those on the left believe, how that manifests when it comes to the nuts and bolts of policy. You know, the state government deals with education. And while we have a national curriculum, that's only because the states agree to be a part of it. And if you don't think the values that go into that discussion are going to matter in education, well, think about how hostility to faith is manifesting in chaplains being squeezed out of some public schools, or a lack of availability of religious instruction for families who want it in public schools. Think about the ways that aspects of the curriculum teach our children a catastrophised version of what they should expect their future to be. You know, environmental apocalypse and all the rest, when we all know that with God's help, human ingenuity has solved pretty much every problem that has confronted us in the past and provided more prosperity and freedom in the time since Jesus came than in anything that had been seen in the world prior. Wendy's talked about how that manifests in sex ed and the like. Enormously significant. And when it comes to, you know, self-identification of gender, we shouldn't underestimate the way that's going to affect not just the ability of schools to be able to go about their mission, many of which will want to be accepting and encouraging and embracing of people facing these challenges, but the ways that it will be used to knock the uncomfortable edges off teaching that has stood the test of time for thousands of years. If you think about the way that values manifest in health policy, you might think, what's a person's perspective on keeping space for Christian faith, or indeed any other faith? the foster care assessment at some point down the track, or a gender identity emerged down the track, that meant they were unsuitable to help a child in desperate need. Let's be clear about the equivalence here. We're talking about a child fleeing violence, an environment of drug abuse, an environment of being left alone because their family are tied up in crime and all kinds of serious issues. And you're saying, maybe that child's better off there than with a Christian family because, they're really bad people. It's an extraordinary thing, and yet it's the direct reflection of state government policy. Thankfully, the Human Rights Law Alliance succeeded, but golly, the fact that the argument had to be had at all says something about where we're at. And the Human Rights Act is a state government act, and I can assure you that every time two human rights come up against one another in Queensland, and one of those rights is a person's religious liberty, it comes last, no matter what, in the assessment of the regulators that administer that act at present. And so while so much of the action seems to happen at federal level, don't underestimate the significance of having a culture that is going to appreciate, genuinely tolerate and leave space for these values at the state level too. And I might finally mention something that seems like it's got really nothing to do with the cultural space, and that's economic issues, right? People go, well, it's just economics, it's really got nothing to do with us. And maybe we all, I shouldn't make assumptions, but maybe many of us in this room have a passion for social outcomes that means we might not be as into talking like an economist. But ultimately, giving a man the dignity that comes from being able to earn a good living for his family, or the freedom of a man or a woman to be able to give or meet a need to a neighbour in their community, giving a family the ability to choose with their dollar the values that they want their children to be raised in while they're at school. Having a strong economy with great job opportunities and an affordable cost of living, these things give the children of that family hope that they will have a future in which they can pursue their interests and gifts to their absolute maximum and make a mark in the world that has meaning. Yes, there are economic issues, but if we don't get those right, the social problems that flow are real, and they're a basket that we all, as engaged members of a community, have to carry. Much of the problems that we see at the moment in the crime space, to bring it full circle, they're the product of intergenerational family dysfunction, of young people who don't yet know their purpose. They haven't found the way they're going to make a positive mark in the world. And that epidemic of hopelessness manifests in drug abuse, in poor mental health, in a whole lot of destructive behaviours that, if we don't get economic policy right, they are either pushed towards or not given avenues out of. So it strikes me that even if we don't want our politicians necessarily to be preaching from Parliament, and I don't think they should be, we nevertheless want them to speak truth with love, to save space for genuine diversity of belief in our community, and to value the manifestations in the world around us that come from living out our values, whether in family, in church, or in civil society more broadly. We want our politicians to be able to speak that truth with love. We want them to do it even when it's hard, and even when it's countercultural, even when they might lose the argument. in standing up for what's right, because we never know who really needed to hear that message in that moment. And we never know the way that God's plan for his kingdom is to be manifested. What we do know is that every time we show up for the right things, even when it's hard, we are taking steps down that path, and that can only be good. When we do that in our lives, we make it ever more likely that our political class will too. We give them the permission structure to be better. We give them the confidence and strength to know that if they go out on a limb for this thing that's really cared about, they're not going to be left swinging in the breeze. They've got a community behind them that is cheering them on for their courage. Don't underestimate how significant what you do is in making that happen. Now, I wanted to leave time for questions, so I might bring it to an end around about now, but let me say what you do is enormously important, and that there is so much work to be done in our parliament, state, federal, even our local councils, and that even in what can seem like the most benign issues, there are opportunities for your values as a Christian to make a significant difference in the lives of the people that are being served. That's true in Parliament. It's just as true whether you're a school chappie or running a classroom or a junior school. And in every single one of those little moments, you are making very big differences for the kingdom. And I just want to thank you for it and honour you for it and say thank you very much for the opportunity to be a part of your day. Yay, a question. You asked a question last time.
I did. In terms of making sure that your hope in your values, when it takes a hit, what do you do with your resilience patterns there? What patterns of resilience do you have to maintain hope in your values?
That's a really good question. Could everyone hear that? How do you have the resilience to really maintain your hope in your values and stick to those values even when times get tough? I hope I didn't say this last time, but there's a lot of people who say it's really hard to do public service as a Christian. You know, everyone's out to get you, everyone's out to mock you and knock you, and in some ways that's right. You know, since I was pre-selected, the Labor Party have literally every sitting week had multiple speeches talking about how I am a danger to society because I'm a Christian. It's
Take it as a compliment.
It's bizarre, right? And so you do put yourself out there and you do cop a little bit of the flames. But fundamentally, if you're there for the right reasons, none of that shakes you. And you have the comfort and support of prayer, of nourishing your own faith and building, I guess, a protective barrier that comes from surrounding yourself with as much of the Holy Spirit as you possibly can. And while a wiser person would probably give you a biblical reference for that proposition, I'm going to provide you with something that's a little bit less serious. As Dr. Seuss said, you know, the people who mind don't matter, and the people who matter don't mind. And all of the people I seek to serve in this life value it. All those who don't, I will treat with respect, in the hope that in their life's journey, it might be the thing that in time grows into a spiritual understanding of their own, not because I've pushed it, but because they're on their own path. And fundamentally, as much as I see this as a representative activity, I'm doing it for an audience of one. And if we do everything for an audience of one, ultimately that's who we answer to. That is not a political narrative, that's a personal narrative. But in terms of the personal skill set to survive it, it's all I know, it's all that works. I don't know people who can do politics without God. I don't, because they'd be buffeted around by whatever the whim of the day is, or whichever lobby group's been the noisiest, or whoever sent them the most emails. All of those things are real drivers of the political landscape. But they can only knock you around if you don't know why you're there. Am I making sense? I hope I'm making sense. Another question? Yes?
Have you ever had something that you're really passionate for and you wanted to go for, but you felt God call you or in a different direction? And how did you manage that?
I've always found that if my relationship with God is good, He kind of shows me the thing to do next. The closest analogy I can probably give you, and I'm sorry I'm going to tell a really personal story. Everyone hates politicians talking about themselves. So after the last federal election, at which I'd been pre-selected into a very difficult spot, and I knew that it was a pretty high chance I wasn't going to be returned. I took a break afterwards and I spent time hanging out with family and doing some things that, you know, hadn't got to do as much of in that time. But I thought that once I'd had a little rest, God would just go, okay, now here's your next assignment, off you go. And He didn't, right? And I remember saying to my pastor, oh, Mark, you know, I'm doing all the things, right? I've got a good prayer life, I'm spending time with God, I'm reading my Bible, and normally when I'm doing all those things right, He makes hard things easy, and He shows me what I got to do, and it's all good. Sorry if your relationship with God maybe operates in a different way, but in any event, that's been my experience. And Mark just laughed at me because, oh man, that's so like you. It's so rude of God not to work to your timetable. At which point I just laughed my head off and went, of course, you're absolutely right. And as soon as I chilled out about it, and I realised I hadn't properly relaxed, I hadn't properly got into the rhythm of a life post that very strange way of living. And once I did that, this huge number of opportunities that seemed available to me in a way that was kind of overwhelming and I didn't know which one to do, it all became much clearer. So if you're struggling with something like that, I mean, I hope that experience helps a little bit. Once I got through my thick head that I needed to respect His timing as well as His calling. We're all growing and learning. I hope that's a little bit helpful. I hope that also shows you that I'm still learning. I absolutely am still learning, and I don't pretend to know all things. But I'll finish up, since you don't have any more questions. I'll finish up with finishing that story. Once I chilled out, and once I was getting it through my thick head that I not only needed to trust His calling, that I also needed to trust His timing and understand that He works, like really deeply understand that He works all things for good. Then all of a sudden, the opportunities that I had available to me started to change. I had always thought of myself as being an effective person in federal parliament because I had a great proposition in the real world. Like my walk away point in a negotiation, maybe I'm talking like a lawyer here. In a negotiation, you say, what's our walk away point? What's the point at which we can't do this deal? I always thought, I'm good at this parliament thing because my walk away point, it's a pretty good one because I have a great career, I have a family I actually want to spend time with, and I can earn more in the real world. Life is good in the real world. I don't have to compromise on everything just to keep a job like some people around me might. And I'd always thought that was what was a real strength. So I said, okay, well, I guess I'll look into going back to the bar because I was a barrister beforehand. And the doors closed. And, okay. Well, that rattles two things. One, that's what I thought I was doing next. But two, I thought that was part of my identity and part of what made me strong. I'm like, actually, some people in the bar had decided that my views were too controversial to be a part of the chambers I'd always been a part of. That's problematic for a whole bunch of different reasons, but in a personal sense, it said, okay, well, that door that I thought was the place to go is closed. And I need to be a little bit more open-minded about what comes next. And he just sort of, one by one, started closing doors that I thought were open to me. And instead, he opened up this really unlikely path. Like really, really unlikely. And started making hard things easy in this direction. Just, people who didn't think of it as a God thing would go, the stars were just aligning in this direction, and something that, if you were a betting person, you would never think was possible. It was just happening, and it was good. And that was what I understood to be the indication of the path he wants me to take. And look, I hope that whatever the future holds, I can use it to glorify his name, make life better for the people that I hope to serve, and be a good and honourable servant. And ultimately, that's what we're all trying to do, right? Anyway, I'm enormously blessed. Thank you so much, love. I hope that was coherent.
Oh, it was amazing. Thank you. That was just incredible. We just want to bless you with this gift. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, just really appreciate your wisdom and just being so authentic and transparent with us. So thank you.
No problem.
Just as you were speaking, I made a couple of notes. I love what you said at the start about how as politicians, your positions are representative.
Yeah.
And how they are represented by culture, and our culture represents our values. But then when you flipped it to say we need to use our values to shape culture, I just thought, wow, that's so true, isn't it? And we need courageous warriors to do that. But I wonder, how this looks in our schools. I wonder how this looks in our communities, in our families. And so I'd just love to encourage you, we need to think about what are the important values that we need to be guarding in our culture. So thank you so much for that. Let's just thank Amanda again. Okay, I would love to just hand over in a moment to NGS Super. Now, NGS Super is a partner of ACS, so I'd love to welcome the team up just to share a little bit with us. Thank you. Let's give them a welcome.
Thank you so much. So as it was sort of just confirmed, NGS, we're really proud to partner with ACS in terms of all the great work that they do, in the school environment. And it's really great to see you all here today. Now, just as a bit of a disclaimer, I do want to confirm that the information I'm going to be sharing today is of a general nature. So if you do wish to act on any of the information, I do suggest you seek financial advice. Now, working in super, I do see the importance of super and the role that it plays in, in your financial well-being. And what research has sort of shown is that, being financially fit, it then contributes to your happiness and also your work performance. And you're wondering why is it so important? I will say that it's because it's your money, and ultimately when you do get to retirement, it's going to be one of your largest assets when you do get there. So it's really good to sort of think about engaging, with your super. For us in the room here today, sorry, Eric and Graham and Ethan, we're all women in the room here today, and particularly for us, we do have that added challenge, that sort of, super does sort of, we face in regards to super. So for example, when we're sort of looking at, the funds that typically women on average have compared to what men have. Our super balances are lower. And the contributing factors there include the gender pay gap. And, we're taking out of time out of the workforce to have kids, rearing, children and caring for elderly parents. And when we come back into the workforce, a lot of us come back in a part-time capacity. And because super is based on what you're earning, you can then understand, the situation that we are in and why that is so. Another factor is that with longevity, in terms of life longevity, women sort of on average a little bit longer than men. So we've got that added challenge of trying to make our super last for a longer time as well. So at NGS, what we do, myself and Graham and my fellow colleagues in my customer relationship management team, we're really passionate about coming out to your workplace. We do sort of meet with people one-on-one, and we run, group sessions. So it's primarily, just for education purposes, because we sort of see the value of, having that financial literacy, being empowered, and in a position to make better decisions. So for example, when we're conducting those individual appointments or group presentations, we do sort of cover off on various topics that can help you boost your super. So just as an example, we'll talk about contributions that you possibly could be making, the different types. We sort of look at, giving, information about insurance. You really see the value of that. I've recently sort of just helped a person that lost their partner, and it's a really traumatic time. So at NGS, we really focus on that personalised service, which we pride ourselves on. We come out to workplaces to meet with you, to help you and support you. So if there's that opportunity for us to come to your workplace, Graham and I would love to do that. So please feel free to reach out if we can help in any way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I believe there's a table just outside as well with some further information. All right, we are on to our third session of today, and we have with us today Melissa. Melissa's the CEO at Baptist World Aid Australia. She's an experienced executive with a wealth of experience in the Christian not-for-profit space. Now, she's actually spent time in the Australian military, and she also has an extensive cross-cultural experience and respect for working alongside our First Nations people. She plays active roles in governance across the church and for the Purpose Christian sector. She holds a Bachelor of Applied Science, is also a Bachelor of Ministry, and is a member of the Australian Institute of Company Directors. She's also ordained in the Uniting Church, but has a lot of experience across denominational churches. She believes that ending poverty is possible and is determined to work toward and inspire others so that together we can make a better world for all. Wow, that's amazing. Can you please join me in welcoming Melissa? Am I on? Yes, and I will give this to you as well.
Yeah, terrific. Okay. Now Lynn's going to join me, actually. Hello, everyone. Lovely to meet you.
Ethan said you have to.
Oh, do
The little one is for Lynn, yeah, that's right.
Is that on?
Yeah.
Where's that I'm going? The tall one, so maybe I'll sit on their short stool.
You're still going to need the microphone because this is just for the streaming.
Oh, okay. Is that on? Here we go.
Is that on? Do you want me to roam?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. All right, so you'll share the microphone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right. Do you need this one? To start with, maybe?
Yeah.
Yes. Hello. Just doing a bit of technical stuff here, sorting out microphones and what I had to wear and what I didn't have to wear. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Lynn Donnelly. new title as of this year, ACS Ambassador for International Relations, so which I am so blessed I get to communicate with all our international friends from schools in the UK and the US. And I would like to honour my successor, first of all, Eric Hofsing. Stand up and make yourself known, Eric. Eric. So Eric's new to Queensland. He's come up from Canberra. Don't hold that against him. And he's just amazing, so please take time to get to know him. But I'd love to honour my friends and colleagues, Wendy Francis, who I've known for so long, and Amanda. Thank you, Amanda, for such inspirational speaking just now. And Melissa, I actually know Melissa's daughter better than I know Melissa, so I'm looking forward to getting to know Melissa. And thank you to Wendy and Amanda and to Jenny, because you have really sowed seeds into the conversation that we're going to have now. It's going to be a conversational style interview, and we're hoping that you will join in that conversation. And how this started was Melissa and I started talking about women in the workplace, particularly the Christian school workplace and other organisations. And we shared various scenarios that we'd both experienced, like you're in the room but you're not seen, and you're definitely not heard, and you make a suggestion and it's totally ignored until somebody else, usually a man, says, it makes exactly the same suggestion and says, oh, what a great idea. And you're dying to have some leadership opportunity, but you're not seen and you're not given any of those opportunities. In fact, as early as this year, I had a confidential conversation with a beautiful lady who had been almost implied that she would get the job, and was passed over for a man. So, you know, it's still out there, very sadly. So in this day and age, Melissa, why are we at where we're at? How do we find our voice? What's the context? How do we find ourselves in this situation in the workplace?
Thanks, Lynn, and it's great to be here, and thank you also to Amanda and Wendy for setting this conversation up. I probably should tell you a little bit about myself, but I'll do that in the course of answering your question, Lynn. I mean, the reality is that we, you know, in this day of where the law says that we're equal, where there's affirmative action, you know, you would think that we would be in a place where we are entirely equal as men and women. And indeed, for those of us who are Christians, we have the biblical mandate for equality, so for equal flourishing. So again, you would think, well, okay, we should be there. Christians, more so than anybody else, given that we have that biblical mandate, should actually be leading in this space, but we're not. So what's gone wrong? Well, we know in the Christian world that God's original intent, sin broke God's original intent, but I would argue that Jesus redeemed that which was lost on the cross. He redeemed everything that was lost on the cross, including that original intent for mutual flourishing of men and women. So again, why aren't we there? Society and culture says, you know, that society and culture is pushing for change, is hungry for change, but we're still not there. So why aren't we? Well, in the Christian world, I think we have, quite frankly, poor exegesis around the role of men and women, but we also have power playing. And so I'm going to be really honest today. I'm at the stage of life where, what are they going to do to me? I'm just going to be entirely honest with you about my thoughts. I thought that it would be different for my daughter's generation, and so I did spend a lot of my life, I think, being much more conservative in my speaking approach, in my speaking out, but I think I got to the end of that time. It's like, okay, you haven't got that much time left to make a difference, and I do want to make a difference. So I do think in the church environment, and this also extends into the Christian not-for-profit space, and I don't know the Christian school space so well, so you can tell me if I'm wrong, but definitely I think in church world generally, there is poor exegesis. I think it's lazy exegesis about the potential roles for women, including preaching and teaching. And then I do think there is power at play. Absolutely, there is power at play in the world at large. So they don't have the excuse of the poor exegesis. It is just, you know, power and politics, if you like. The fact is that men still rule our world. There's no question about that. If you look at all of the statistics, it is shifting in a country like Australia. But overwhelmingly it's not around the developing world or the majority world. In fact, it's even going backwards in many places. And as somebody who works in the aid and development sector, that's of deep concern to me. So let me go back a little bit, because you're probably thinking, what gives her the authority to speak about this anyway? I grew up in a very, very difficult family environment, probably the sort of family environment that Amanda was just speaking about. So when I was 17, I ran away from home. Home wasn't a safe place to be, and I joined the Navy. It gave me security and it gave me boundaries and security. And when I was 21, a Navy chaplain opened the pages of the Bible for me and showed me that I wasn't who I thought I was, but I was who God said I was. It changed my life that day, that God could want me just as I was. He didn't want to leave me that way, but that he saw things about me that I just simply didn't. I didn't have a very high opinion of myself. My self-confidence was very low. I hadn't lived in a way that I was proud of. He said, forget all of that. You're a new person in me. This is what I see in you. So totally changed my life that day. So I've spent every day since trying to follow him. I did 15 years in military intelligence and then had a couple of small children, and it just became too hard. My husband was also military, and so one of us had to leave, and it was me, because that's what women do. And I joined the church. I fell in. We'd always worshipped in whatever local church it was that God really had led us to during that military time where we moved around. But I fell into serving at the local church and never left. So along the way I did my theological training and became ordained in the Uniting Church. And I was the executive minister for nearly 20 years at a church on the Gold Coast called New Life Uniting. You might be familiar with New Life. It's one of Australia's biggest uniting churches. But one day I looked in the mirror and thought, I knew the community there, a community of about 2,000 people, was 35% under the age of 35. And I looked in the mirror one day and thought, you are not under the age of 35 any longer. It's time to get out of here. And because that's one of the things that's really important for us to do, is to step away and hand leadership to a younger generation. Really important part of our journey, particularly as we become more experienced leaders, to have others who are ready to succeed us, to mentor them into that, and then to step away. Stepping away, being prepared. We often talk about making space, that men have to make space for women. Actually, I would say that there's only so much space around any table, and eventually somebody's going to have to step away to make more space. So I think that that's a word for all of us in our leadership journeys. It's also a word for us around, for men, in terms of actually, let's not just talk about making space, let's actually make space. Who's going to step away here? So, sorry, that was a little sidebar. 20 years leading in a large local church environment, stepped away and went to the not-for-profit, the Christian not-for-profit environment. So I was the Chief Operating Officer for Bible Society Australia, spent 5 years there, and at the heart of Bible Society is international aid, but it also has lots of other businesses around it, and as much as I love those, and they were great experience, there came a time when Baptist World Aid started talking to me, and international aid and development, international mission, integral mission, is actually the thing that makes my heart beat really fast in my chest. So I stepped into that role about 3 years ago. In that time, it was COVID when I stepped in. There was the strategic plan had just expired, and there had been, you know, a pivot to COVID programming, which was appropriate at that moment. But when I stepped in, I knew that COVID wasn't going to last forever, and that we needed to emerge with a strong strategic plan. Remember, I'm ex-military. I like a good strategic plan, so I said to our evaluation and learning team, what do we do best? You know, what do we and our partners do best? Where can we make the greatest impact? Where do we get best bang for buck? And they laid it out in front of me. They said, that's very easy. We've got the research for the last 20 years. And it was absolutely and utterly clear that where we get the most bang for buck in terms of our aid and development dollar is when we empower women to become decision makers, not just in their own families, but in their local communities, and when we empower them to contribute economically, again, in their families, their communities, but also their nations. So it probably doesn't surprise you to hear that countries where women are not able to participate either economically or in decision making have lower socioeconomic outcomes than countries who do empower women. And I mean, why wouldn't that be the case? You know, we're half the workforce. It was interesting to hear you talk about, you know, the lack of super for women, and that's an enormous problem in Australia today. Can you imagine how much worse that problem is for women in majority world countries, in developing countries, where they simply have no resources of their own, absolutely none. They have no capacity or power within the family unit to make decisions or within community. So our new strategic plan has pivoted away from working with men on the whole to working with young people who do want a different future, so with young men and women, but also with women, because charity dollars are hard to find, and I want the best impact. I want the most bang for buck, and that's where we get it. Gosh, that was a long introduction, wasn't it? And I'm not sure that I've answered your question, Lynn, but I guess I wanted to bring together the you know, a bit of my background with what I'm passionate about and why women being empowered to participate is at the heart of that. So I'm passionate about women participating not just here in Australia, but I am passionate about that, particularly in church world environments, in Christian environments, but I'm also passionate about that in terms of the rest of the world, because And we shouldn't be surprised about this. Remember God's mandate right at the start, which was around flourishing, around equal flourishing for men and women, for every person made in his image, flourishing, his original intent. We have to come back to that, don't we? That basis, which was equality. Every person made in his image with the same responsibilities and the same privileges and responsibilities. I, like you, Amanda, think that we have enormous privilege. We don't have to apologise for it, but we must do something with it. With privilege comes an equal amount of responsibility. Blessed to be a blessing, not just to sit here and say, God has blessed me. What are you going to do with that blessing? What are you going to do with that privilege? And so I talk about privilege and responsibility sitting together. I might be ranting now.
No, I don't think so, definitely not. It was really interesting to hear your background and joining the Navy. And so I'm the wife of a soldier, and Greg was in the Army for 20 years, so I'm very familiar with the lack of female empowerment in the Army, and my son-in-law is a major in the Army, so it's still out there. And I think when you were speaking about the gender pay gap, Tana, and the superannuation, my thought went back that there may not be anybody in the room left anymore, but when Christian schools first started, the expectation in many of the Christian schools was that you would go to court and you would sign an agreement that you would donate, give a portion of your salary for the mission of the church, sponsoring church and the school. And when I speak about that at beginning teachers, they look at me in horror and say, no way. So I'm not sure if there's anybody left in the room that's old enough to be able to remember that, but that was a real thing. And the impact of that was that it impacted our superannuation even more. When you talked about historically and about how women can have a voice historically, we've only got to look at William Wilberforce and the Clapham sect and the women that he associated to be able to help him to find a voice and get things done. So we've got this, Melissa, bias with the gender pay gap, equal opportunity, equal pay. We keep having this conversation, but the reality is it's not there. And so in this year, particularly in Queensland, is just a phenomenal year for women. I'm probably at that point now where I don't care what I say either. I can I can ask and be quite blunt. But in this year, where we've got a state election, we've got council elections, and there are people wanting to be elected, new people, how can we, the women that are in the room, the women that are online, the women who can't make it but will watch the recording later, how can we find our voice? What skills do we need to be able to make that voice heard, to be able to use our values to change culture, as Amanda put it so eloquently?
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. Can I just clarify that this is not about elevating women at the expense of men. I do sincerely and absolutely believe in mutual flourishing. I also happen to love men. I've been married to the same one for 40 years. I have a son. I'm very fond of men, and I love working with men. I've always lived and worked in a man's world in terms of military first and then the church. Actually, this is the first time in my life that I've been surrounded by so many women. My entire executive team happens to be incredible women. Not deliberately, I didn't go out and say you must be a woman. I just looked for the best person for the job, and at this moment in time they are all women. But that is one of the problems, that is one of the barriers for women, that it's very difficult for us to be or imagine that we can be something that we can't see. So a lack of role models, a lack of mentors, a lack of sponsors is a problem for women. And so those of us who have been able to forge a path through, I think we do have to be very careful that we're passing the baton on, that we're not holding on to it too much for ourselves. The other thing is that I think originally I thought that that if I was able to forge a path in various ways, that women would automatically step into my slipstream and come with me. Actually, I found that's not the case. Women can often be so relieved to see somebody else take on that role that they can step back. They can say, oh, phew, she's got this, I can step back. Because it is hostile out there. It is tough out there. You do have to guard your heart, and you have to gird your loins and grit your teeth. All of that stuff is true. So we can't automatically assume that just because, you know, we've made it, whatever that, you know, that's a terrible phrase, but we're making it in this world, that others will automatically follow. We have to very intentionally pull them through with us. So providing mentors and sponsors as well as providing role models for women is really important. I'm struggling to remember your question, Lynn. It was about what skills do we need? Okay, well that's one of the skills that we need. So let me come back to some grassroots skills. I have operated, mostly in a man's world most of my life, and I do think that you have to develop some things that might not necessarily be inherently within you. And perhaps I could share a story with you. A year or so ago, I was at a function like this, I can't remember what group it was, and we were talking about these same sorts of things. And somebody posted on social media afterwards and tagged me and described me as being strong, intelligent, and kind. Oh no, powerful, intelligent, and kind. And it made me feel really uncomfortable being called powerful. And I thought, gosh, that's really interesting. I was fine about the other two being described as intelligent and kind, but that being described as powerful, still made me uncomfortable because it's not seen as attractive in women. And I think that goes back to a time when I was in ministry, and there was an older male pastor on the team with us, and it was clear that he had a problem with me. And eventually one day I just said to him, what have I done? Clearly there's a problem. Can we work this out? And he looked at me and he said, I just don't like strong women. And for many years I tried to suppress being strong. I tried to suppress being direct, because was direct being perceived as strong, and I am direct. I don't waste time. I don't feel like I've got time to waste by fluffing around with stuff. So, but I made myself into something less than God designed me to be because I made him feel uncomfortable. And I think that women do that. And I don't think we should. I don't think that's helpful. So I think we should embrace who we are and be proud of that. God made us who we are. So this is about self-confidence but also self-worth, because your self-confidence can get really belted around. Mine did in those moments, and it lasted for years, and I think, you know, my discomfort in being called powerful on social media was a throwback to that, but it's still there as a you know, as a concern within me. So I think that's, you know, our self-confidence can get beaten around, so we need that self-worth. Who has God made us to be? And I thank God for the chaplain who really showed me, you know, and those, it continues to ring in my mind every day. You're not who you think you are who God says you are. So you hold on to that self-worth. So another little tip in there is that I think that we do need to be direct. Strategic thinking is really important as we grow in our levels of leadership. When we're at the pointy end of organisations, we've got to be able to think strategically. Women can do that incredibly well, but it may not be our first inclination to do that. We're really great at holding a massive amount of detail in our heads and our hands, but that might not always be the best way to think strategically. We have to pull ourselves up out of the detail so that we can think very big picture, very holistically, and that might mean not dropping the detail, because that's another great thing about us. We don't drop the detail, but if we can delegate that off to some other people so that we can release our minds to lift ourselves up and think more strategically, I think that's a good tip. Being direct in our strategic thinking is also a really good tip. If you're in a room where you're really talking about strategic matters, Lynn, you talked about women's ideas often being overlooked, and there's research to back that up, that women can present something and it's overlooked until a man picks it up, and then all of a sudden it's a good idea. And a lot of that is social conditioning for the men in the room, but it may also be because women aren't as direct in what they say generally as men are. So we can talk about all of the things that contribute to the big idea without on our way to getting to the big idea. Whereas the natural inclination for a man is just to name that big idea up front and then to let the details develop. So coming at it the other way around to say, I'm going to be very direct and say the big idea, and we'll flesh those details in later, can also be an important tip. I want to give you a physical one as well. Often women are naturally inclined, and we've been socialised this way, to think that we're never quite enough or we're too much. You know, we think we take up too much space, we're too big, we're too small, we're too reserved, we're too talkative, we're too emotional. We're never quite right. There's always something about us that we feel is too little or too much. And in a room with men, we often contain the space that we take up. We're conscious of crossing our legs and sitting neatly. We may be very cautious about where we even sit in the room. It may be our natural inclination to sit to the middle and the back rather than to the front. It's not our natural inclination to pull ourselves right up to a table, for instance, and take up space. Now, this is not a negative about men, it is just their natural tendency, and you know, you can go and look up the research, it backs me up on this, that men sit at the table and they take up the space around them. Now, just notice next time you're sitting on an aeroplane, if you're sitting in the aisle or the middle and there's a man sitting in the middle space, just notice if he uses both of the armrests, would you? Now, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, he's just socially conditioned to take up more space than we are. So I'm suggesting that you bring your physical presence very proudly into the room. So that means that you draw up to the table, you sit in the front row, you put your arms on the table even, just to provide a solid presentation of who you are physically in the room. I'd also recommend that instead of feeling like you have to be less of yourself, use your hands when you talk. Take up a little bit more space and be comfortable in doing that. I imagine that even as I say some of that, some of you are feeling a little bit uncomfortable, and you know that you try to take up less space when you're in a room. You try not to be too much. Have you ever had that? Yeah, and so I think there's something that we have to do in our heads before we walk into these sorts of strategic conversations or male-oriented spaces, which says, I have a right to be here, I have significant things to contribute, and I'm going to bring that impression of that person with me so that I'm not discounted. Now, I don't think that this is necessarily malicious on the part of men. I really don't. There is literally centuries of social conditioning here. So part of what we need to do as strong, intelligent, powerful, made in the image of God women is to help educate men about what it is that we can bring to the table. This is not about the suppression of men, it is about mutual flourishing. And I think that the men that I've worked alongside, on the whole, have understood that. Not necessarily at the start, but often by the end. And I certainly count male colleagues as amongst, my best friends in the world. I would also say that the only reason that I've had the opportunities that I have had is because men have made space for me. Men have sponsored me. Men have spoken directly to me and said, I see your gifts. I see what you have to bring to the table, and I want to make space for that. And there were even times where I said, I'm not sure. I can remember, in terms of preaching for the first time, I was an executive pastor. I wasn't the senior pastor. I didn't have a preaching and teaching role. He identified that within me and said, I want you to preach. I want that to happen. You have the capacity to do that. And I was, this is not something I'm really comfortable with. I don't need this. I'm happy to be in the background. I'm happy to make things happen from back here. But he was very insistent that our community would be better off if they heard my voice and heard my perspective. And he was absolutely right. So I have been sponsored and mentored by men in the main, and I'm incredibly grateful for that, but it doesn't happen for every one of us. So we have to be, when that's not happening, we do have to be reminding men in the room of the need for that to happen.
Thanks, Melissa. I think I could certainly relate to the working with the men in the room and being empowered. Like you, I've been so blessed to have worked with a group of directors of ACS who have actually empowered me and got out of the way and said, go do your job and empower me, and what do you need? Prayed for me, given me the opportunities, the skill, opened the skills, and just amazing men of God who I have been so blessed to work with. So I'm just going to pause it right now because Melissa and I thought we might open it up to you, and whether you have questions, whether you have scenarios, Chatham House rules, so yes. Feel free, whatever's I heard the other day, whatever is said on tour stays on tour. Whatever happens on tour stays on tour. Whatever happens in the room stays in the room. So if we could just ask for your confidence there and trust in each other, and certainly from those online, if you would respect that as well. But I'm just going to open it up to the floor now and see if you ladies have, or men, Eric and Ethan and Graham, I'm sure you've picked up quite a bit just in the last half an hour.
I don't dare to ask a question.
national outrage about this, and yet I don't see that outrage about this shocking statistic. I grew up in a shockingly violent home, and I know, you know, those scars never go away. I mean, it's just, you know, if a door banged now, like a big bang in the wind, I will jump. No question. There, you know, that trauma sits just back there in my brain somewhere. So it appalls me that those statistics continue to get worse, not better. So I do think that we have a problem in this country. And I can't tell you why. I can tell you why we've got a problem in the church. And many of you come out of an ACC environment, I imagine, which is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's more forward thinking around the role of women in leadership, you know, to preach and teach and to lead. But some of my ACC friends tell me that that's more, that there is some elements of the church where that's more about actual looks rather than reality. So, you know, is it real or not? I would question. Where is the real decision making taking place? Because that's where the power lies, where the decision making is taking place. Oh, I've got another story to tell you about that. But so in the church, we have very, very lazy exegesis around the role of women, and that serves men holding on to power. It serves to do that lazy exegesis because it means you get to hold on to the power. And within the church, I'm horrified by by young men being increasingly conservative. And so the rise of churches in some new movements where women are not able to be elders or deacons or speakers or worship leaders, and they are flourishing, absolutely horrifies me. So there is something in our psyche about men needing to hold on to power. And I think that that's incredibly frightening and incredibly dangerous. How we shift it, I think, is, you know, I don't want to beat men around the head with a black Bible and say you've got it wrong, but I do think that we need to speak strongly into this space. And I think we need men to speak strongly into this space also. So Lynn and I both had the incredible blessing of having great men sponsor us and really encourage and empower us. But that's clearly not everybody's experience, otherwise we wouldn't be here talking about this today. So we do need to say to men, encourage them, empower men to stand up and speak about this also. I mean, I wonder, I wonder whether this conversation would be welcome at a men's gathering. I've not been asked to speak at a men's gathering any time that I can recall. What a shock. But I imagine that there would be men who think that that would be important. So it's how do we help them to say, I want to be winsome and generous about this as much as I possibly can be, but it is too important not to talk about. You see, I mean, our world is broken. I mean, you're experiencing a little bit of it here in Australia, but our world is broken. You know, it can't afford for us to be silent about this. In many parts of our world, women's opportunities are actually being pushed backwards rather than brought forward. At the moment we're working in Afghanistan, and in Afghanistan, young women are too frightened to leave home to give birth. So they're too frightened to leave home to go to a hospital when their baby is due, and so we're needing to train up, they're not midwives but birthing attendants, to be with young women in their homes so that they can give birth safely. Because can you imagine that it's not safe for you to leave your house to go to hospital when you're in labour because you're a young woman. Can you imagine that? You know, women are not able to go past primary school. Young girls are not able to go past primary school in Afghanistan now. The incidence of child brides, what a nice euphemism for, you know, a young girl being taken and forced to have sex with a man who's much older than her. Let's call it what it is. Doubled across COVID. Girls were out of school, you know, local schools shut down right across places like Nepal and Bangladesh, understandably, and that meant girls were no longer safe. And so the incidence of child marriage in those countries, you know, doubled during that period of time. There are millions of girls who were in school and who are still of school age pre-pandemic who are not back in school, and there is no expectation that they'll ever go back to school. So our world is broken, and it needs every single one of us with our God-given gifts and graces to change it. You know, I do see that better world. I do see shalom, where men and women flourish alongside each other, where our creation flourishes. That's another story. But we're certainly not seeing it at the moment. And it's not getting better out there for many elements of society here or around the world. So we do have to stand up and have this conversation, and we have to encourage men to have the conversation. So I'm available for the next men's event at your church.
Noted.
Thank you. There you go. There you go, Erin. Next. Principals gathering. Which mostly men. There you go.
Still mostly men, yeah.
Yeah. We've got just a few minutes left. I want to just switch topic for a minute, Melissa, and ask you to share with us about fierce conversations. So in the
wonderful, wonderful quality to have. Every great quality has a shadow side, and the shadow side of being empathetic is that we can avoid fierce conversations. We can want to avoid conflict. We want everybody to be happy and relaxed, and we'll just, you know, we'll do whatever it takes. We'll take it all on just so that, you know, it's a happy room. But it's not a happy room, is it? Because we're not actually happy. So I think we have to name that great quality in women and then recognise as a shadow side, so what do I need to do to, you know, hose that shadow side down a bit. So for me, it's around naming things honestly and quickly. It's never about the person, it's never personal, it's about, you know, the behaviour or the situation. I actually have to return to Sydney tonight, and I have to have an honest conversation tomorrow. And I've been planning that honest conversation not just in my head for the last 2 days on aeroplanes, but I've actually started taking notes about it. So I've written down very carefully the things that I need to say to this person. And the reason I want to write it down is because it's too important to get wrong. It's too important for the conversation to get derailed. And it's important because it's about this person's well-being and development also. If we're not honest with people, they're not going to grow and develop. You know, and do you know that a small problem actually becomes a big problem if we don't deal with it? You know, problems grow while we try to ignore them. And so I think with conflict, name it while it's a small conflict. Name those behaviours very early on. Name the problems very on. We're not calling out a person for being a bad person. It's this behaviour, or it's this manner, it's this posture or tone that is the problem. How can we help you with that so that it doesn't limit your potential into the future? So I think it's about honesty, but it's about very early on honesty. How many times have you thought, oh gosh, I wish I'd talked to them about it however long ago? Really frivolous example. My mother-in-law once gave me liqueur chocolates for Christmas. Awful. Absolutely awful. I told her that they were delightful, and I've got liqueur chocolates every Christmas, every year of, you know, my married life, until poor darling now has Alzheimer's and, you know, can't buy Christmas presents, and I'm grateful for that. But I mean, how much money has she wasted on liqueur chocolates because I didn't tell her right at the start, oh thank you, but I don't actually like liqueur chocolates. Now, frivolous example, but if we name conflict right at the start, when it's little, small conflicts grow into big conflicts, small behaviours escalate. Help people to reflect. Reflection is really important. I want to reflect with you on how you think the board meeting went last week. What are the behaviours that you saw exhibited that might have been unhelpful for the board to be able to reach a good decision? Let's do some reflecting on that together. The other thing that I want to always model is me getting it wrong. So in a conflict, I want to be really self-awareness is really, really important. We talk about emotional intelligence, and I think there's two big components to that. One is self-awareness, and one is self-regulation. If we don't have those, that can make conflict very, very difficult. So we need to be prepared to reflect on our own behaviours very early on and own up to those. I promise you that I'll reflect on what I've said all the way to the airport, and I'll probably text Lynn and say, oh, I'm really sorry, I was probably a bit strong about that, But I think developing a technique of reflecting is actually good, not to beat ourselves up, but so that we can honestly say, did I bring the best out of that situation? Did my contribution bring the best out in the other person, or is there something that I need to do differently? And if we can model that, I think that's a good start. It's not going to be enough though. If somebody that you're working with doesn't have self-awareness, you modelling it is not going to be enough. You are going to have to call it out, and again, my advice is to do that early. We can be much more gentle earlier. You're going to have to get much tougher about it as time goes on, because that behaviour always escalates. So I think it's the thing or the posture or the tone, not the person. This isn't personal. It's about their development, their well-being into the future, as well as the well-being of the whole. We're going to deal with it early rather than let it grow and become a bigger problem. I think there's some sort of good principles. I've probably got some more somewhere written down.
Thanks, Melissa. I think we are out of time. Are you hanging around? What time have you got to go?
What time is it in Queensland? I've lost track.
It's 12:30, so it's 1:30 in Sydney.
Yeah. I'll head off about 1. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, in
All
about
right,
half
cool.
an hour. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. So you'll be here for our lunch until
I'd love
1.
to. Thank you.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
So you can grab her anytime, metaphorically speaking, not physically speaking. But thank you so much, Melissa. It's been an absolute delight. I've really enjoyed the last hour, and I've got so much from it.
Oh, good.
And I'm sure everybody else has as well. So would you join me? I'm stealing Jenny's thunder, but would you join me in saying thank you?
That was really great. Thank you. That's really nice. Thank you.
Wow, my tank is very full. I don't know about you. Incredible pearls of wisdom there, and a couple of things I wrote down was just that concept, Melissa, that you shared of embracing who you are. I think that's something that's really important for us, and then even that idea of when we're in different spaces, of being able to think strategically and holistically, and also make sure that we delegate some of that detail so that we can still think big picture. I've never heard that before, and that really resonated with me as well, so thank you for that. And then even just when you said, Melissa, about we often think we're never enough, or we often think we're too much. Oh, that is so true. So true. And I've been guilty of that. And what you sort of spoke about, that physical presence when we're in different spaces, I thought that was really interesting. It reminded me of just a quick little story. I remember I was fairly new to a board, and I had a gentleman at the board table say to me later, when you walked into the room, I thought, what's this little blonde thing think she's going to say? Now we said it with a ha 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 ha, and I just looked at him, and he said, but then you disarmed me, and I was really surprised, like he said, and then went on to say some lovely things. Anyway, I just sort of absorbed what he said, but I was just sort of thinking, it's really important that we don't try to overcompensate by coming in, like I'm going to show you, that's the too much. We don't want to be timid. Actually, I just needed to be me. So if that's how I look, that's how I look. But when I go to speak, I'm going to say what I need to say. And so that comes back to, we need to be who we are, whatever that looks like, because that's who God's designed us to be. So just love to encourage you all, if you've ever experienced something like that, don't try and be different, or just be who you are meant to be confident and courageous with that. And finally, there's some all of you are incredible women in this room, but I loved what you suggested about, we're blessed to be a blessing, and just to look for those opportunities to mentor other women. I think that's something that I know in my life. I have benefited from other people mentoring me. Just look around in your world. Who are the people maybe that you could just come alongside and encourage? And it doesn't have to be a formal mentorship. It can just be saying something encouraging to them, praying with them, being a listening ear.
So thank you again, Melissa. Really appreciate you. We are about to have lunch. We've got some beautiful food set up over here, and again, I'd just love to invite you to, if you would like to take it outside.
Speaker of the Month.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Don't you love the title? It's pretty broad. Gives me a lot of wriggle room. And as I've got Wendy Francis in the front seat, she's promised to heckle me. It might go off track. Might go off track. And I can't blame Wendy, I just might get distracted. So look, thank you so much for having me here. Now, I better keep a bit of an eye on my watch. But when you look at these funny watches, they're either telling you to stand up and exercise or someone's texting you or something or other, so I better not get distracted. Thank you so much, and Lynn, for the invite, and ladies and some of our game men who are here today. And it is a pleasure to have this time with you. And I know there's about an hour there, but what I would hope is that I can share a few things that I hope resonate with you, that there might be some things that you can relate to or disagree with, and ask some questions towards the end. But what I would hope is that we can share some things that perhaps do resonate, and there'll be a chance for us to have a bit of dialogue across the tables, across that very yummy food. Thank you for that introduction before. It was funny, it's a few years ago I was the Speaker of the Queensland Parliament, and I remember there was one day I was in a lift, my sister, who is my best friend, and don't you love family? They can speak honestly into your life and you still love them. And someone said while we were in the lift, "Oh, you must be very proud of your sister being Speaker of the Parliament." And my sister replied, "Oh, she's always been the Speaker to us." So, anyway, people who love you no matter what, keep you grounded and encouraged. So I did title this Talking from the Heart, Faith, Leadership and Love. If there was a subtitle, it would probably be a few lessons learned along the way, things I would tell my younger self, but most of all about the mission, the ongoing. There's sometimes you look over there and think, oh, it'd be nice to sit under that tree and read a book and kick back. And you know, the truth is, sometimes it really would. But not forever, because whatever stage we're at, whether you're in a journey and you're about to go into something new or contemplating changes or not, maybe saying, how do I take where I'm planted and lift it, or continue to serve in a way that you believe is hitting the mission. There's a time for those places where we do take that book and sit under a tree and refresh and renew the heart, but we're not going to stay there. So who am I? What's my story? I'll try and keep that short, but I used to be a journalist in another life. It's funny, I used to have people say to me, oh, how can you be a Christian and be a journalist? And then I went into politics. And my faith journey, I grew up in a Christian family. I have been blessed to have parents who were believing Christians, who modelled it in their lives, who prayed with us as children. Though as a young adult, you still have to make a choice. So that was my heritage that I am grateful for. You still have to make a choice about what is truth and where you will walk and what you believe. And so my journey, to crunch it down, I became a committed Christian as an adult, living in Japan as an exchange student in a Buddhist country with about less than 1% Christians. So I had those foundations, but that was a wonderful year as an exchange student, being challenged, and the wonderful journey of, even though I wasn't in a traditional Christian setting, God can speak to you wherever you are, regardless of the resources around you. Lovely if you've got them. So it was my family heritage, but that was my journey. It was a pivot point in my life as a young person living in Japan. And I've always had this connection since then to Japan. So as a journalist, loved being a journalist. After I came back, did study and all that. And then I took a year off. This is really not a very traditional pathway into politics, but I took a year off from journalism, not to go into politics, but to do a gospel music album. And because I was writing music and singing, And in that year where I had fully intended to go back into journalism, I was still working as a freelance journalist during that time. I'd quit my full-time job, intending to go back in. I was really challenged. And the challenge I had was I saw things happening in my community. I didn't like them. And I felt challenged, well, maybe you're supposed to stand up and do something about them. Now, that doesn't mean everyone chooses to run for Parliament or politics, but there was an opportunity. I was challenged and I thought, well, I'm going to have a go. So around about that time, someone spoke about the Salt and Light. I've heard many messages about Salt and Light, but we won't always be in the majority in our community. But the Salt and Light principle is about bringing influence for the health, the healing, the wholeness, the support of our community, and the light, and others will have more eloquent explanations about it. But I really, really passionately believe we are called to make an impact and influence in our community. And not everyone will believe what we believe, but we're still called to do good in our community as Christians who believe that we're called to be salt and light, which is being an influence and bringing that into our community. So I decided to have a go at Parliament and run for politics, crunch it down, 12 months of campaigning. I got elected at that time as the youngest woman in the Queensland Parliament. There have been younger women since, but there's never any secrets really about how old you are, because all that's on the public record. But I wanted to share a couple of stories about the faith journey, but the leadership journey. And I know most of you have a connection in with education, some of you may not, but whatever those roles are, how do we take our faith and the leadership journey where we are? And I didn't get to hear the previous speakers. I'll have to go online and check it out afterwards. But I wanted to share some, I think, quite inspiring stories that inspire me, but around a couple of principles. And I talked at the start about lessons I've learned along the road, things I tell my young self or my younger self. But sometimes you've got to tell yourself these lessons again, because you sometimes find them coming up again. So when I was becoming the Speaker of the Queensland Parliament, someone said to me about a couple of stained glass windows at Parliament. Why are they there? And some of you may know, and if you don't, please look if you go to visit the Queensland Parliament. Behind the main staircase, tucked in behind, there are these two beautiful stained glass windows with Psalm 127. Unless the Lord, thank you, buildeth the house, they that labour but in vain. Unless the Lord keepeth the city. Am I going to get it right? Watcheth in vain. Anyway, Psalm 127. And someone said, why are they there? And I'd never been asked that before. And I went looking for the story, and I found this amazing story. Those windows and that psalm are built into the wall of the Queensland Parliament as stained glass windows because of a woman called Eliza O'Connell, who I had never heard of before, not to be mixed up with a Mary McDonald or something similar O'Connell. And this lady was a committed Christian who was in very influential circles. She was married to the upper house president of when Queensland had an upper house. And it was at a time when women didn't even have the vote. But what Eliza had as a Christian believer, did she believe in the salt and light principle? Well, she may not have expressed it like me, but the evidence is there. She and a band of other very influential women of their time got together when they saw a need and made stuff happen. And Eliza was often the chair of the committee or one of the key operational members. Now, Lady Bowen was very well known in those days, but the person actually chairing a lot of the committees or doing the work, with the help of Lady Bowen's support, I'm sure, but it was often Eliza. So they saw women getting off the boats, in this case, in the early days of Brisbane, Moreton Bay, having babies and didn't have support. So they created a lying-in hospital, which today is Royal Women's Hospital. I'd never heard of Eliza. She was one of the key movers in that movement. They saw babies, they saw children, high infant mortality, not unusual, particularly as communities struggled through early days of disease and sanitation and all that. But there was a bit of a belief, well, children die, a way that sometimes people would cope with the grief of losing so many children or any child. And but there was also a movement with Christian believers who wanted a better healthcare system for children, and they started a children's hospital, which later became Royal Children's Hospital, called something different today. Eliza is one of the key people in that. They saw women getting off the boats again who were vulnerable, who weren't married, didn't have jobs or a secure finance. They were vulnerable. So they created, and Eliza is at the forefront of this, the first training institute in Queensland. I'd never heard of this woman. And yet, and this is the principle I want to share with you, leadership's not a title, it's an action. And sometimes, yes, you will have a title, and it's great to use the authority that may come with that title, but don't use it as an excuse not to do something. And I look to the example of this woman, I think, wow, she didn't have the vote, but she took the influence that was in her hands and looked for the opportunity, also gathering others of ability together, working together. Most people have never heard of her, but I like to honour the memory of that woman, but also as a principle to who we are today, because as leaders, sometimes we'll have titles and the responsibility to act in that title, but leadership's an action. Don't wait for a title, look for opportunity and for creative ways to be able to work out those solutions. But the other little principle I wanted to share, if I was saying this to my younger self, I say it to my older self now, is this, and it's, do not allow yourself to be offended and take yourself off the field. Now, you may not have experienced this. I have experienced this. I won't go into all the war and peace, but I have had people who've deliberately tried to offend me, so I'll take myself off the field. That just makes it too easy for them. Just saying. Unfortunately, and it may not happen in your workplace, but I've certainly had it happen in mine, and it can happen in many settings where people sometimes will be very offensive. Maybe they're not intending to get you to walk out the door, but don't take yourself off the field. There are places to stand up to inappropriate behaviour and bullying and all that. But I often have been concerned when I've seen good people who've exited a place where they were called to be because someone has pushed their buttons through their own bad behaviour to this person who doesn't deserve it, and they've taken themselves off the field. Now, I get it. Sometimes there is a protective need where people can't work with that. But I'm just saying that offence can be something that robs people of the call that they have on their lives. And there may be strategies into how you can stand and withstand that, but I've seen actually many good men, not just women, who've sometimes taken themselves off the field because people have worked out how to push their buttons and get rid of them. So let me share a couple of other stories. They are historic stories, but they're great ones. And Carolyn Chisholm, what a woman. You would have heard about her. She was a trailblazer in the 1800s. Another woman, didn't have the vote. But she appeared before the London House of Lords as she lobbied for greater protection of women coming to Australia. The girls who are coming here and the opportunities for being settled and safe. She also advocated for better medical support on boats and all this, because people just died, huge numbers, and many, many things that she did. But there were people who ridiculed her because she was so passionate about caring for vulnerable people, in this case, vulnerable women, in circumstances where there weren't others advocating as she did. She copped it. Another one is Sister Kenny. Again, a little bit in history, but those who haven't heard of Sister Elizabeth Kenny from Pittsworth on the Darling Downs, who pioneered, as a former World War I nurse, pioneered some of the early physio techniques for polio victims. And she'd seen the boys coming back, or during war she'd nursed them, rehabilitation of limbs and the devastation to their bodies through a terrible conflict, and believed that there was a better way of treating polio victims rather than the traditional methods at that time of immobilising limbs. She believed immobilising limbs and heat packs and treatment, a different treatment, which was contrary to the established dogma. She got banned in Queensland by the medical fraternity, so talk about the opportunity for offence. It didn't stop her. It might have stopped her in Queensland or Australia at that time. She went to the States, was better known in parts of the US than she was even in Australia. But one of the pioneers of some of the early physio was Elizabeth Kenny. And she didn't allow offence to stop her from taking the gift she had and the call in her life and the leadership to do good as Salt and Light principle. And Alan Alda, you know, from MASH?
Yeah.
I believe she treated him. Her nurses certainly treated Sir Joe Bjelke-Petersen, who former Premier of Queensland, when as a young boy he was a polio survivor. So extraordinary, her influence and reach, but despite what could have been a case of offence, she kept going. So if I could share those couple little historic stories. I've got some war stories too, but people are still alive, so I can't tell them, I get sued. But really, it's not that all people's behaviour is right. And yes, there are places and times to push back, but think very carefully before you take yourself out of a role. It may be for your own well-being you have to do so, but don't let offence be the reason it takes you out of where you're called to be. Leadership to love. Well, I'm single, I'm a dedicated aunt, and I'm not promoting a dating site. Love. God so loved the world. He gave his only begotten Son. The purpose, the mission, because he first loved us, we're called to love others. And for me, I believe that is the call, that's the mission, and that plays out for us in different roles and different ways. And I do believe that where God calls you, he will equip you. He will equip you, but it's part of that mission of care for our community, care for our wider world. And for me, I see politics as one of those arenas where I've been called to have an impact and to do good. It's a complex area, obviously, but we can experience that in many, many other fields. But I wanted to share a story with you about a young woman, and while it's not an example of some of those former Christian heroines of the faith, it is a story of a young heroine whose story taught me many things early in my journey. And I have told this story in other forums, but Tracy is her name. She was pregnant when she was 8 months pregnant when her de facto attacked her with the intention of killing her unborn child because he thought he'd have to look after it. He karate kicked her to her stomach, succeeded in killing the unborn child. She didn't suffer a lot of physical damage herself. The child bore the brunt. And the criminal code in Queensland at that time meant they could only charge him with using force to procure an abortion, actually not much of a penalty. They couldn't even get him for aggravated assault or whatever it was. Anyway, this brave young woman, she wrote to all the members of Parliament at the time, and I remember getting this letter and looking at this photo of a young woman with this beautiful baby in her arms and thinking, oh, that's a nice picture. You could easily put it to the side. And then I read the letter and it was just such a heart stopper. The little one in her arms was dead, little Zach, and she was raising this issue of the need to change the criminal code in Queensland. She'd written to people, no one was listening in government as far as listening to why this was such an injustice. Now, I'm pro-life, I believe all life is precious, but even if people do believe in abortion, this is a mother who wanted this baby. She didn't choose to be attacked. And at the time she was being told by the government of the day, this is an abortion issue, we're not touching abortion. And the criminal code was coming up for review at that time. It was in the mid-1990s, so it's a little while ago, but I remember the story well. And they wouldn't touch it. And so I went to the floor of the Parliament when the debate was on. She was up in the gallery, and I literally had people, including women on the other side, shouting at me to sit down and shut up because this was an abortion issue and we're not going to discuss it, even though it wasn't. Anyway, she saw it all, she heard it all, and to her credit, she kept her courage and we kept fighting and we kept working, and there were other good people who worked with me on it. It was a few years later, a different Attorney General. I'll give Denver Beanland his cred when we were briefly in government. And we changed it, and there's a provision in the Queensland Criminal Code that now recognises someone who attacks a pregnant woman causing the death or injury of her unborn child. Now, it doesn't mean the whole rest of the world is perfect, but at least in this respect there is a law in the books, because unfortunately there is a lot of domestic violence against pregnant women. There is a lot of domestic violence against pregnant women. So what do I take out of that? Some battles you win today, some you win tomorrow. And some you have to bring others on the journey as you fight together towards that cause. And I will never forget that, because there's always many issues. Sometimes you look at, like that time on the floor of the Parliament where I had people screaming and carrying on, and you think, really? This woman's hearing all of this, and it can be discouraging. But whatever your story and wherever you're called, if I can encourage you to believe that ultimately we do what we can that's within our hands, and do it with all our might and to the best that we can in our skill. And sometimes there'll be others in relay who may finish the course in regard to carrying through on that, but still not to be discouraged, not to give up. And I just wanted to share this thought as I close and prepare for a chance to perhaps have a bit of a discussion. I had the privilege a number of years ago of going to China, and I remember being in a group where one of our members was a former teacher, and I'll never forget this. One of the Chinese officials turned to this member of our delegation and said, a teacher, we have a saying that teachers are the engineer of the soul. Never forgotten that. Such an ancient culture, but still they knew the power not just of curriculum, but the power of the lives, the leadership, the people before them. Isaiah 41, 8-10. It's a great scripture. It's a great one about purpose, and purpose wraps in with that whole call to love others in our community, to take the gifts that we have in our lives, whatever that role is, and to believe that we're called to have an impact in our community. And it says, but you, Israel, my servant Jacob, and you can insert your name, whom I have chosen, your descendants of Abraham, my friend, I took you from the ends of the earth, from its farthest corners I called you. I said, you are my servant. I have chosen you and have not rejected you. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. So God bless you in whatever you're called to do. Leadership is not a title, it's an action, as we love this world that we're placed in for such a time as this. God bless you. Anybody game to have any questions? Is this your book, Wendy?
Yes.
My word.
You should learn about this. You're not married. Welcome to sex.
This is what's sitting down the front here. Thank you very much, Wendy.
I'll ask a question if it's okay. Which do you prefer? I know you prefer to be in government. I prefer you to be in government. But did you prefer being an MP on the front bench or Speaker?
Did I prefer being an MP on the front bench or a Speaker? Look, you want to be in government because you're in the position where you can do systemic change. And so even as Speaker, I knew that my team was in that position to bring systemic change. It wasn't a role I was expecting, and it's a different role because you're actually there for the whole Parliament, not just for one side of politics. And my predecessor, actually John McKell, former Labor member but Speaker, I get on very well with John. He said to me as I was leading up to taking that role on when it was announced that I would be the Speaker, he said to me, if you upset people on both sides, you're a team, and the other side, you're doing your job. In that case, I did an outstanding job. Had some interesting phone calls after question time. Oh, dear me. So about government and non-government, you can get things done in opposition. It's a lot harder. And I will talk frankly. A number of years ago, there was a situation, so I'll talk frankly, yes, it's a bit political, but I will go there, where there were failures in the health system, where people who had a need of life-saving treatment weren't getting it, and they had to go to their members of parliament to get it. It's happening again. Now, I can help individuals, and I can help get individuals in to get treatment. And I know that there are people alive today because I have gone in to fight to get them access to life-saving treatment. However, you shouldn't have to go to a member of parliament to get access to life-saving treatment. It should be systemically available. And we're at that point where we're seeing failures, not everywhere, but significantly enough, where people aren't getting the treatment they need in the system in a timely way. Look, there's some wonderful people who work in health, but systems need not only individuals, they need leadership from above and throughout. So to answer you, I'd like to be in a position where we can bring that systemic reform to deliver that, so people who need life-saving treatment don't need to go to their member of parliament. But as Speaker, it was an honour to do that role, and you're there to represent the whole parliament. And we had G20 in Queensland at the time, so that was a fascinating experience too. And it was a federal event, but as Speaker of the Parliament, a lot of the powers of security sat with the Speaker, whereas outside of the boundary of the Parliament there was different legislation. So anyway, we're very involved in that process. And I also had a lot to do around some of the security reforms in the Parliament that perhaps didn't talk about as much as publicly, but something that you find may not relate to what your jobs do, but it just might. Sometimes you find that there's things that have always been done a certain way, and then when you realise that you've got a responsibility sitting on your shoulders, that if you say nothing and do nothing, it might be easy, but there are people who literally are at risk if you don't act. And we found the security of Parliament hadn't been reviewed. Oh, look, it was more than a decade, and there'd been a protest in the gallery, and people hanging from the rafters, just about, not quite, but there'd been a protest in the gallery, and I came into the House and relieved whoever was in the chair at the time. And afterwards, the next day, I went down to see what had happened with these people who had clearly come in to disrupt the Parliament and stop the Parliament operating, and saw that the sign and register, when Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck have signed in and nobody had noticed, you think, I think it's time for us to check the security. So we went through a process of independent expertise in these areas. I'm not an expert in security, but you still have a responsibility, and therefore you must do what you believe needs to be done. In this case, you're better off to ask yourselves the question about what needs to be done, or if you were in a court of law and someone was saying, what did you do? What was your duty of care and how did you act? Ask yourself those questions and then hope that you never have to answer them in a court of law, but ask them ahead of time so you're operating in your stewardship as a leader. And so we had a significant security overhaul, but what I did find is that there can be resistance with people saying, I feel safe, or you're being alarmist. But if the duty of care is on your shoulders, you still need to take action, and it's then trying to find the wise way to respond to that. But complacency that comes from, we've always done it this way, can be difficult sometimes to move people through different actions. That was a long answer, wasn't it, Wendy? So tell me, a range of you're in leadership roles in different schools or different community groups, or spread very far away here in Brisbane, beyond Brisbane?
Gold Coast.
Gold Coast, fantastic, fantastic. Well, thank you for what you do. And I'm more than happy if people have got questions they don't want to ask up here. Lynn knows how to track me down, so just saying. You do know how to track me down.
I know how to track you down.
Yeah, but God bless you in whatever you're doing, and believe that you're equipped for where you're called, and be prepared for whatever the opportunities may be that'll come. Don't sit under the tree of a book for too long. We've got too much to do.
Are you going to sing?
No. Someone said I was going to sing. I said, no. I could play a song for you, but it would be on YouTube.
Thank you so much, Lynn. I really appreciate what you shared.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just asked if I was going to sing. I'm not. But if you're looking for a nice song that I did write with a friend for Anzac Day, you'll find it on YouTube by Googling my name, Lest We Forget. So Fiona Simpson, Lest We Forget. And that saves me having to sing now. But there's a nice little YouTube of the song that I wrote with a friend for Anzac Day during COVID lockdowns.
Wow.
Yep.
Amazing. Multi-talented.
Tk you very much.
Thank you so much, Fiona.
Is this free?
That was incredible again. So I really appreciate you just sharing your thoughts. I love that idea of leadership. It's not a title, it's an action. I just think that's so empowering. And just what you said about not allowing yourself to be offended and taking yourself off the field. Yeah, that's a big one. I remember someone saying to me once, Jenny, God doesn't necessarily